Here it is, the brand new Asus ROG Maximus 12 Hero Wi-Fi motherboard. This Z490 based motherboard supports Intel's 10th gen processors. It's designed to offer an outstanding experience, stock or overclocked. The advanced VRM features an impressive 16 power stages to ensure more than enough power under heavy loads. This hero not only looks cool, but stays cool by design. This new heatsink design is bigger, better, and cooler than previous models. A 3-zone VRM heatsink with a large heat pipe keeps the power circuitry cool. And the M.2 heatsinks keep up to 3 SSDs at the right temperature for consistent performance. To the right of the CPU socket, we have 4 DDR4 DIMM slots for up to 128 gigabytes of RAM. Thanks to our Optimum 3 design and a new daisy chain topology, the Hero can overclock to higher frequencies like 4800 MHz and beyond. With support for our exclusive AI overclocking, AI cooling, and ROG Game First 6 software with AI networking, your system can automatically tune itself for the best performance with a few clicks. Setting the industry standard is our pre-mounted I/O shield, making installation a breeze. The back panel includes plenty of USB 3.1 Gen 1 and Gen 2 ports, USB-C, ultra-fast Intel Wi-Fi 6, dual LAN ports featuring 5G and 1G connectivity, Bluetooth 5.1, and analog and optical audio outputs powered by ROG Supreme FX for an immersive audio gaming experience that draws you deeper into the action. To expand your system even further, you'll find a USB 3.2 Gen 2 front panel connector, 3 PCIe 3.0 by 16 slots, 2 of which include our safe slot designed to keep your GPU safe and secure, 2 RGB lighting zones, one on the chipset and the other on the I/O shroud. Addressable and standard RGB LED headers let you coordinate lighting effects across your entire setup with Aura Sync. The best just got better with the Asus ROG Maximus 12 Hero Wi-Fi motherboard.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Unfortunately, Blue Panda's microphone has decided to commit unalive, but here we are. We are at the second matchup of our playoffs here coming into tonight. It is looking to be absolutely spicy, ladies and gentlemen, given that this will be the deciding matchup as to who will be going into the grand final tonight and who will be going into the matchup against for the third place. And
it should be sorted now.
Huh?
For some reason, it
Do we
defaults
have-
back
there
to
we go.
like the one setting that I don't want it to. But yes, hello and welcome to XP Esports Women's League After Dark. Because not only is it's the semi-final, but we're just cracking midnight here in New Zealand, so it's a late one. Might be a little bit more chill given Cthulhu Night. We've been casting for a bit already, having a couple other competitions going on. But as we get into it, the second and third place seed taking on each other. Forsaken Boba versus Overt. Whoever wins this finds himself alongside Warriors in the grand finals. Loser has to take on Grumpy Grapes. That's the one. Grumpy Grapes in the third, fourth place match. I've So I got confused because we've been working with Guts Gaming today, and they're also GG, which is also fun.
Yes, very fun. Now, honestly, for tonight, it is looking to be absolutely banging, and genuinely for Grumpy Grapes, I think this is one of the first few appearances in the playoffs, and they've managed to show us some phenomenal performances as of recently.
Yeah, and I mean, look, unfortunately, drawing the
Oh wait, no,
Warriors,
Grumpy
and
Grapes.
yeah,
Yeah, sorry,
they drew the
I'm
Warriors in the
being
first
stupid.
round. Look, it's been a long day for both of us. I am sunburned. Cthulhu's tired, and he's got work tomorrow. Forgive us if we make a few mistakes here and there. But our matchup today, of course, Forsaken Boba versus Overt. Okay, look, bear with us. It is going to be an interesting one. But Cthulhu, let's have a look back at the format, figure out the teams. We'll work our way through it. We're bringing some of that bottom cast energy through today already. 8 teams playing 7 weeks of round robin, best of ones. The top 4 then make it into that semi-finals best of 3 format, with first versing fourth, second versing third. The winners of those matches go into the grand finals. The losers go into the third, fourth place match to figure out who takes out the year or the season. First, second, third, fourth, and obviously, we've had some great teams in this competition. It's been an interesting run so far. But, closing out that round robin, there was a lot of tension going into that final week to see who was taking the final spot.
Yeah, look, quite keen to see who will come out the victor at the conclusion of the playoffs, with the grand final already having Warriors in, who just absolutely so far been decimating the opposition and genuinely been just that unrelenting force.
And obviously, coming into this competition, we weren't expecting Grumpy Grapes to make it this far, but we did get to see them. They've made it top 4, which is a huge thing for them. Like you said, first playoffs appearance for them. Now we go down to 2 teams that, they were expected to do reasonably well in the competition. Forsaken Boba versus Overt. Let's have a look at the standings as they closed out before we have a look at the teams themselves. And look, it was an interesting run. That final week was a very, very decisive one. It was either Grumpy Grapes or Viking Army to make it through. Unfortunately, for Viking Army, that it came down to round differential. And you can see Cthulhu. There was 2 rounds separating Viking Armies from that spot in playoffs.
Yeah, look, for Viking Army, it was rather an unfortunate turnout. I'll say that, given that on the final play day, both Grumpy Grapes and Viking Army took dubs, but for Grumpy Grapes, they took a very decisive victory, whereas for the Viking Army, unfortunately, it meant that, they had to essentially match a 7-1 victory that Grumpy Grapes were able to pull away, and look, unfortunately, against Overt, that was borderline impossible. But look, for Viking Army, regardless, they were still able to cop a dub to, at the very least, end the season on a high note, and for them, they just now at this point get to be the spectators.
And well, look, let's get on into the match today. Of course, being Forsaken Boba versus Overt, there was a bit of a differential between the 2 teams. In fact, Forsaken 5 picked up 2 more wins, having suffered only the single loss this stage, that being to the Warriors, who, well, look, let's be honest, have yet to lose in this competition. It was going to be a rough one anyway. And there you go. You can see in your screen, your bracket. Warriors won that first semi-final 2-0. Coming into a second semi-final, Forsaken Boba and Overt are looking to battle it out. This one might go a little bit deeper than just a 2-0.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, both Overt and Forsaken Boba or F5 are 2 very able rosters, I'll say that, and both of them showed a lot of promise, but given some of the recent circumstances, Forsaken Boba looked just a little bit more polished in their execution, I'll say that. Whereas on the side of Overt, look, they're a team that still has a lot of potential. They have a lot of tools in their toolset to be able to win, but it will come at quite a fair bit of sweat, say that.
Yeah, there's going to have to be some monster efforts in today, of course. Let's take a deeper dive into our teams and have a look at some of those individuals that will be battling it out. And Forsaken, Boba up first. And Alex has managed to break the numbers for at least Boba and Chloe. There we go. Chloe's fixed. Buddha or Baba or whatever she wants to be called. Yeah. There we go. Okay, she's in. They're fixed. It's all good to go. Baba, Chloe, Rappel, Fish Noodle, and Diana. 5 players who are incredibly capable. They know the game, they understand the game, and they play a team game very, very well.
You say it was Alex that broke it. I say it was Baba and Chloe that broke it. such huge numbers that's been put out that at this point, look, even the poor graphics just can't even handle those. So, but in saying that, like, yeah, look, Baba, Chloe, two big veterans of the scene. Repel as well, nearing that veteran status as well. So is Fish Noodle. Diana as well has been popping off for quite a fair few seasons. So honestly, Forsaken Boba is a team that has a lot and a lot of potential, including the fact that they have Coney, who at least back in the earlier days, in the earlier seasons, was quite cracked. And Wazu, as a coach, look, we already seen how much impact he already managed to bring into the team. I wouldn't be surprised if his work is not done here just yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, the numbers speak for themselves. They are insane. I mean, almost 600 frags, and I'm sure Buddha will be breaking that one tonight. And yeah, look, maybe it broke. Maybe it was, we didn't want to intimidate potential opponents because that might be a little bit unfair. But their opponents tonight, of course, Overt coming into this matchup, not quite as clean a run as Forsaken Boba. And as we have a look at the players for them and their numbers and see just what they've got going on coming into this matchup. Here we go. There you go. On your screen, Psycho, Beans, Baki, Kortari, and Ravenna. Kortari being the most prominent name in this team.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Cortari, absolutely a fiend when it comes down to any kind of fragging. I mean, even overall stats saying that for themselves, 1.82, nearly 2.0 KD for Cortari. I mean, she's been fiending it ever since Borderline, I believe, season almost one or season two. Ever since one of the, yeah, she is one of the few OGs that is in the scene, and she's been ripping it up ever since then. So honestly, with her as an addition to Overt, obviously that brought quite a fair bit of experience to the team. Plus, just general performance has been quite drastically increased.
And again, carrying on through, we'll move this broadcast along nice and smoothly. Cthulhu looking at the map vetoes, figuring out where we are going to be going tonight. Of course, it's a best of three, so not just a single map. Up first, Cafe, then Chalet, and we go to Bank as our decider, which, I mean, Bank, we haven't seen a huge amount of on the main broadcast for Women's League.
Absolutely, yeah. Bank should be an absolute treat for us to witness if we do get to the third map. But just start us off, Cafe and Chalet, two maps that, in theory, should be and can be played in a very similar manner. But Cafe does allow a little bit more of that anchor-styled roam play, if that makes any sense, and allows
Roaming
you
smoke,
to play.
yeah, easy as.
Yeah.
Roaming smoke
so,
in the hands of Kortari.
at the hands of Cortana. Yeah. And it allows like yeah, Cafe allows a little bit more of that. I guess you could call it ratty gameplay, where you can be a little bit more paced down. You can be a little bit more passive about your angles and wait for the attack to come about. Whereas on Chalet, it enforces a little bit more of the active gameplay because you don't really have too many of those safe spots where you can hang around, where you can chill in certain angles. So you do need to make sure that you're quite mobile, quite agile on your performances and on your plays. So, two maps that could go completely polar opposite ways at the conclusion of each one of them. So, I'm actually quite excited.
Just having a look at my notes, and yeah, Cafe could be an interesting one. Over, I mean, look, it's Kortari. She's going to be looking to play aggressive. Cafe is a map that allows that aggression to shine through. 100%. $5 says as soon as we see Kortari in the first round of defense, she's going for a spawn peak. She's going for a run up. She's looking to get aggressive, and we do have confirmation. The map, we're waiting on one. So I thought we had confirmation. We're good to go. Wrong button has been pushed, unfortunately. It's just the way it goes in Siege. Sometimes you got to be careful. Especially, we know this, Cthulhu. As casters, we need to make sure we press that S key, the start key, at the right time. Otherwise, everything's completely ruined. We have to write off the broadcast. There we go. Readies are in. Let's go. Cafe, Dostoevsky, flyover, and Cthulhu. As we kick things off, Forsaken Boba looking to book themselves a spot in that grand final. So are Overt. But do you reckon Forsaken Boba can take Overt's map pick?
Yeah, look, it is going to be absolutely tenuous task, and I definitely think that Overt have a solid chance, but Forsaken Boba, look, they are looking quite strong overall, so I would not be surprised if F5 just come out with like the whole shebang of the strat book and absolutely run away with a 2-0.
Oh, bans Thatcher. No surprises. It is the go-to when banning on any map across the board. Makes a lot of sense. And, well, where do you go from here? Does it Nomad, Jackal? Do you pivot into that roam denial? Or Do we look to double down and take something like an ace out, some more safe, hard breach? And yeah, it is going to be that Jackal.
Okay, yeah. Jackal does make sense, especially in the context of Women's League as well. It is quite a big thorn in the ass of quite a lot of defensive setups. So having him out of the equation does certainly make it easier to be able to play for some of those anchor positions, anchor roles, and general kind of a bit more passive gameplay. With Smoke though out of the equation, now that is big because well, Cortari's no longer can have her main.
But Overt
she gets
banned it.
serious.
Overt banned it. They were the ones to ban
it's
out
a bit
Cortari.
of a shot in the foot. Bit of a head scratcher moment.
Maybe, yeah. Look, maybe targeted at close. She is a bit cracked on the smoke as well. So, honestly, we're looking at a battle of two teams that are have incredibly good smoke players.
Absolutely. Look, borderline, it feels like, well, Overt were happy to make that kind of sacrifice to, switch things around. I would imagine, obviously, Cortari would be quite proficient at any other role. So
Blackbeard, yeah,
curious.
This is Cortari's two pivots on attack. It's Fuse and Blackbeard.
Yeah. Cortari, I mean, on a Blackbeard, I'm not too sure if that's the best choice, but I'm quite certain that she would be able to make a play. So wouldn't put it past that she would be able to, go in on some of the windows, go and assist with a push towards the actual piano room, and then from there on, go in for the full send.
Well, taking 5, kick things off on the defense. We see Cortari running the Blackbeard. That's going to be an interesting one, but it is a kitchen defense to start things off. Blackbeard going to be, look, let's be honest, slightly less effective than it would be, say, on the 3rd floor or 2nd even. But I'm sure Cortari can do some damage with this pick.
Oh, absolutely. Damage could certainly be done, and honestly, wouldn't put it past that we could be seeing just that Cortari go absolutely ballistic, or she would be shut down in the first few seconds of rappelling onto a window, and the rest of the team will have to pull up with the prep and with the strats. Because you look at the lineup. You have Psycho on the Nomad that already brings in quite a fair bit of passive flank watch. You have Baki on the Yana, so that's a whole lot of information gathering utility. Beans on the Twitch, which again should be able to assist with dealing with quite a number of the defensive utility, and Ravenna on the Thermite, which I'm assuming is just going to be primarily to either breach the bakery wall or the garage wall. But already seeing as Fish Noodle copped a fair bit of damage from that SR-25, plans might change at some point.
Yeah. Look, Cortari's a big fan of the DMR play, so no surprises. I should have talked about it as soon as we saw that she was going to the Blackbeard. It's okay, aggression early. Ravenna taking into the equation. I would imagine some sort of spawn pick, from Piano. So we did wonder if this might be the case. Going to a cafe, going for that aggression. This is something that both teams could thrive on.
Absolutely. Already with Diana finding that early damage, this is great here for F5. Starting off that well, this is another phenomenal frag as well onto Cortari.
Unlucky, as the saying goes. Nitro was ripped for a brief moment there, but is going to chuck it back in the back pocket. Keep it for now. With a player down and a key player at that, this one starts to get a little bit tense. Ravenna as well was down, picked up later on. Honestly, the thing I'm most intrigued by is what Chloe is going to be able to achieve with this yokai setup.
I would imagine at least some idea is to assist maybe the Vigil or something close to the lines. But yeah, look, I guess we'll see it later down the line because we still have a minute to go. We still have Baki that could cut off the rotation of the Vigil of Fish Noodle. And look, at the moment, it's a bit of a kind of just both of them screaming, heck you, at each other from the long distance, and heck you being received back.
Well, again, things slow down, no real heavy aggression. Baki tagged heavy, forced back into small bake. And we can see player rotating down red stairs. Looks like it is going to be Butt to try and get aggressive. 2 frags is all she needs to crack 600 Cthulhu, and she might just find them right here in this match. Baki potentially being the first, and well and truly the first of those two. Now on away for the full 600 with 25 seconds remaining. Look at the F5 set up the vert and play, denying that service push. They've got limited options. Repel as well, finding a crossfish noodle to fall, but it doesn't really matter. Psycho in behind the bomb chassis. Nitro tossed, but it's a shot through the roof to take her down. Repel falls, but that doesn't really matter. 4 versus 2, bomb chassis gonna be covering that plant or the diffuser, but that doesn't matter when this player's covering it as well. So they just run straight in. What a flick there. Chloe, that is insane.
Snapped right then and there. F5 coming into this very, very sharp. My goodness. It's just absolute demolition, honestly. And, well, the first round does go quite convincingly into the hands of F5. They certainly show that they have prepared this quite well. They know the intricacies, at least on the defensive side of Cafe Dostoevsky, which, funnily enough, I believe, actually, if I read the map bans correctly, it was F5 that picked the defender for Cafe, so certainly coming into this quite keen, quite prepared, and given that this is Overt's map pick, we could be seeing, if the trend continues and if F5 can keep up this kind of pacing, we could be seeing Cafe to go into the hands of F5 unless Overt does decide to, start reading into the plays, start adjusting some of the operator picks, and I wouldn't be surprised if they certainly start doing so already. I mean, from the get-go, Guattari has decided to switch off the Blackbeard in favor of Zero, so a whole lot more utility and still arguably even better fragability, and the introduction of the Zafir for Psycho. So we are doubling down on that soft breach, on that information gain, plus just extra utility play, which is going to be very, very beneficial here for Overt, especially with the fact that they will need to go clear out the top floor and then go to the second floor.
I mean, it's interesting. So they opt out of the flank watch in the form of the Nomad, which was largely what was responsible for them losing that last round, which is pretty rough. Guattari, look, I did say it was the pivot between the Blackbeard or the Fuse Guattari. This is her sensible pivot, where she goes to the Zero, playing with the Argus cams, playing for the info game, and still having a pretty solid gun to back it up right now. At the moment, I mean, for second 5 with that first round, they took it quite decisively. I mean, you look at Diana, found 3 for herself in that round, only a single player dying, that being Repel, carrying on to the second. And, oh my god, look at the coverage that Forsaken 5 are looking to take.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're covering a lot of ground, and even whenever they are like positioned like this and they're spread somewhat thin, they still have the ability and they have the utility to, keep on clearing things out, keep on essentially being able to cover or at least refrag each one of the fallen teammates. So honestly, this is so far looking good. Beans in a double push could actually throw in a spanner in the works, because nobody's actually covering the red stairs, at least around the middle landing, which could be slightly problematic because you give away quite a fair bit of ground, and from there on for Overt, they could launch their offensive from there.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Sending in the Gemini, looking for info. You've got to wonder how much they're going to find with that mute in play. And you got 2 bulletproof cameras, you got 2 yokais, you've got the cardiac sensor as well. So there is a lot of info coming. Beans, the first fall, but finds it. That's the 600 for her. Going for the shots with the secondary. The RG-15 not quite going to be enough, but she backs off with enough time to reload as no one is chasing her.
Exactly. Rotated down back into the play, and straight off the bat, Overt, realizing that they need to cut their losses right here, right now, already going for a swing. Guattari does have a coverage from the other side of the pillars and able to get the better off butt. So this is a good adaptation from Overt. This is what I wanted to see from them, and this is something that they continuously keep on practicing.
Keep tagged heavy, but Guattari bags herself a second before Chloe goes down as a third in the round. Barky just finding that. Diana upstairs. Repel finds the answer back to bring it to a 3 versus 2 before she herself falls. But now on Diana, depending where those yokais are with the time remaining at the flank. Does she spot the elbow? No, she does. That's Psycho to fall. Now 25 in the 1 versus 2. We could see the upset spray. Team kill from Guattari. Diana might just be able to upset in this round. Where does Guattari go? Looks like it's going to be rotate, looking for the plant. Does Diana have the info she needs right now? 9 seconds, 8 seconds. It's going to be a stick from Guattari. The swing, the shots, and no, Guattari just a little bit quicker on the trigger there will equalize the round count 1-1.
so close as well. Cortari pretty much had the gut feeling there. Just be ready to pre-aim the fireplace, and from there on, well, she was able to claim a phenomenal dub. So that does equalize our scoreline between Overt and F5. Early, nice, and well, so far so good. Solid adaptation, I gotta say, and Overt did a phenomenal job at making the rotation, not figuring out that, hey, if we stick around for any time longer around the red stairs, we'll be screwed. Backed out, white stairs push. From there on, it just all kind of went just the right way, and quite a fair bit of kudos needs to go to Cortari, because whilst everyone was kept on pushing all together, she was the one covering and cutting off the rotation around the pillars. She was the one being kind of the uncounted
That's a bit uncalled
variable.
for there. Might, look, it's one of those things, baby. Just keep it out, all chat. We'll leave that to the admins to determine whether or not there's something to be done about that. Going to round 3, though, Cthulhu. Heading now to the second floor once again. F5 are going to double down, try and make the reading room fireplace setup carry on. But, I mean, look, for second 5, brought that one incredibly close.
Yeah, look, definitely.
5 seconds remaining.
For second 5, still keep on doing a solid job overall.
Attacker's objective is to
Attempting to
defuse the
keep
bomb.
on pushing, keep on going for a gold, but at the moment, just round 2 did not go the right way. The timing was unfortunately not there, not on their side, and look, we'll go from there. Either way, round number 3 will be seeing us with a whole new setup, as a matter of fact, with quite a reinforcement setup upstairs as well. We back to reading and fireplace, with F5 realizing that they were just an inch away from being able to score a dub. So from here on, look, it's looking like we are going to be seeing a retry full-on from F5, but it's something that, look, they could do in a plethora of ways now that they kind of learned the, I guess, the original idea behind how Overt were looking to push.
Indeed. 1 minute already into round 3, and drone work is going to be key for Overt if they want to be able to contest and try and take the round lead off of that one. But again, Overt a little bit hesitant to push in, knowing full well that there is a high likelihood that, you know, there will be some sort of information gathering on the board.
We're back. Okay, right, I'm back. Sorry, slight technical issues on my end. Look, yeah, Overt are already managing to make a rather quick entry. Repel could throw in a spanner in the works, because she is roaming around downstairs in the train, and nobody actually drawn her out, nor actually took the time to clear out her position. So with a heartbeat out, C4 could be scoring a nice, easy kill.
Cardex is just doing a lot of work feeding the info. A well-placed nitro cell could absolutely gut Overt's approach towards the site right now. There we go. That's one. Is it going to find anything? No. They just hold off for now. And the explosion goes. Beans tagged. It's Fish Noodle, in fact, to find the opening kill onto Barfi here in round 3. And you could see the fluster, the panic in that moment. Repel somehow as well getting out of that dangerous situation. Sprayed again through the wall, but safe for now. Beans finds the equalizer.
4v4. 2 players of F5 tagged up quite heavily, and Repel shot through the window, completely demolished and pretty much sent back to the spectator screen. Fortunately for her, that's not going to be a long time for her to play around. No, Fish Noodle runs out of ammo. This is all starting to fall apart for F5.
The battle of a big mag versus a small one. Chloe looking for the angle. Can she spot the player on the defuse? No. Kotari as well covering from the window. Diana falls to Psycho's LMGE as well. Overt take the 2. Push themselves up with a run-round advantage.
Yeah, look, Overt coming into this fully swinging. I said that initially maybe F5 came in quite prepared for this, but look, maybe it was all just a one gigantic fluke for a brief moment. Round 4 with Overt winning out on attack certainly signals that much more prep has been put in, and the first round was just a bit of a jitter there from the attacking side. F5 certainly, look, they are putting in the struggle in there, but they're themselves struggling to find any form of stability, and the decision to actually introduce Capcan could bring in that nice change of pace. But with Psycho on the Ying, though, that is going to be quite difficult to really counter up unless, well, last moment switch over to either Omai or Jaeger would have been happening, but none of that does happen. So, well, instead we are going to be playing essentially 4 picks and for the swings for F5. Whereas from the side of Overt, they just need to find the pressure point, start applying pressure, start putting in the utility, and then use Ying to spearhead the push.
It's exactly, although realistically they've already got a bit of a spearhead. Quatari 5-1. He's been doing a great job of punching on into the building and shutting down Forsaken 5 at a lot of these turns. I mean, we see prime example being that fireplace window repel in the last round covering the plant. I mean, look, it's quintessential Qatari. She's just an absolute fragger. And speaking of being an absolute fragger, we get to see her tomorrow in that OCN charity match.
Quite excited to see how will Qatari be able to perform during the charity match, and to what kind of shenanigans she could be up to. I would be quite surprised if we won't be seeing any of the Qatari special dad jokes, but I suppose that will be the ultimate weapon to choke the mental. Whether it's the enemy or the teammates, we'll have to find out.
No, we will indeed. Round is underway. Barky in with Gemini, looking for info up on the 3rd floor. Qatari going to take a big chunk of damage there. No finger in play means that, unfortunately, that health is going to remain where it is, but unfortunately tries to aggress again. Qatari not going to let her get away with it twice.
Absolutely. Well, with Butt out of the equation, this is quite a lot of utility now gone, but the jump out, actually, Diana gets the better of Qatari. Now, that is a huge moment, but with the fact that she is left outside for far too long, she might just be intercepted rather quickly. But instead, no, actually, will be allowed scot-free back inside, and no yet interception, which feels very much odd, given the fact that Overt were given a huge opportunity to completely cut her off on that rotation. Man, exactly what Qatari says. Yeah, no refrags. Weird.
Sometimes it does go that way, but losing out on 0, and I don't believe she got any significant cams down. So the 4 versus 4 going to be an interesting one. One Nitro still in play. That being in the hands of Diana. Fish Noodle going to relocate just a little bit. Wait for that Banshee to give her the cue that someone will be pushing through. But the health buzz, like you said, looking less than favourable for Overt. Plus having the Rook armor in play. Forsaken bow, but they're looking strong in this one.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, full health all across the board for F5. It is looking quite solid. They've managed to win out on this side previously, so wouldn't put it past that we are going to be seeing a repetition of that. Slightly different openings, but so far it is going to be seen to be like a pressure from the red stairs. No crosses just yet to happen, and none of them look like that is going to be even the case. So for Beans, this location, well, she might need to start switching around, but she is waiting for Fish Noodle to go in for a swing, who has a perfect angle onto Ying. Does the shots land? No.
It could be rough. More Candelas coming through. They know Fish Noodle's position. Barky looking to get aggressive. Absolutely slammed by Fish Noodle there. The pings sees the back, the tag, and unfortunately Psycho's going to have to get the hell out of dodge. That one pixel enough. Fish Noodle does fall as Beans gets aggressive. Psycho's still on the plant, but Diana playing the bird angle. They didn't check it. They didn't clear it. Now they all just run in. Diana just got spoon-fed 2 kills there.
The beauty of the vertical angles of Cafe. Something that if you don't drone out at all, or if you don't check or have firm control of the 2nd floor, it'll punish you severely. And that is something that Overt still need yet to learn. They still have 2 more rounds on the attack that they can obviously use to completely negate all of that roam game, because so far F5, yes, look, their anchor game may not have been the best one. Yes, some of their roamers got completely outplayed, but the one thing that has been borderline a free real estate for them is that late roam vertical play that hasn't been countered by Overt in any shape or form. The 0 cameras have never spotted those, and I wouldn't blame really, because, well, it's quite difficult to to keep a track of it, especially amongst all the chaos that unravels close to the conclusion of the round.
Well, 2 apiece and Forsaken Boba. I mean, they played the site. They played it well. You need to be able to clear out that second floor. Okay. Bit of a miscommunication. Don't you hate it when you and that other person bring the same dish to a party? And it looked like for a moment Diana and Chloe had brought the same dish, but no, they let Chloe bring hers, set it up in back stock, and, well, Diana's going to have to take her shield elsewhere.
Okay, I mean, the more shields the merrier anyways. Should still be able to reinforce quite a few positions, or better yet, use some of those blue shields maybe for some of the roam reinforcement / maybe even just as a trap for the entry to delay some time. Honestly, could certainly be a solid play, but wants to get some early damage, some early frags, but obviously the timing was not in her favor. And at the moment, it's just looking to be like a very standardized round, unless we are going to be seeing some sort of a wild roam clear by Overt. But unfortunately for them, there's not a lot of utility to enable such active thing. They're not bringing in a line, they're not bringing in a DKB, so it's all going to be down to just very bare bones droning and, well, face checking the corners.
Deep into the first minute of the round, Repel with the TCSG. We've seen some big things from TCSGs today, Cthulhu. One of the Guts Gaming players, Lily, doing some... Oh, that's a cheeky angle. Unfortunately, Qatari out on the tree window and pillars, and unfortunate timing, to say the least.
Fortunate indeed. Well, fortunate for Qatari, unfortunate for Repel. This does leave, once again, F5 in a bit of a deficit. We still yet to see any kind of attempt to reclaim the second floor roaming game, which could be quite key here to the play and how essentially F5 would play to reclaim the site. Apart from that, it's a bit of a calm before the storm. A few of the pot shots here and there, not really gaining a lot of advancement. Fully reinforced bathroom, and as well as that, now a disabled Surya Gate will be losing that protection status for Fish Noodle, which means, well, in a little bit, time to move.
Yoko drone still being held for now. Diana doesn't want to get them elevated to give away that positioning. There's a lot of positions that are now being threatened by Overt. Forsaken 5 not wilting in the face of aggression. They want to be able to contest this angles at all. Pull off there from Fish Noodle, Backy down around the corner, but the Surya Gate reset in her face is going to be just a little bit unfortunate. Vulcan Shield Pot as well, going to the final 50. This could be a hard position to flush out.
Absolutely, already with another gunfight does erupt. It's a double angle with Diana finishing off Bucky. 4v4 with 37 seconds. Now it's time for some swings, time for some action, and already at the moment, far too many angles to be covered really, and right now Fish Noodle may just be overpowered if she doesn't keep her position safe away from the push.
With Baki going down, you can feel the hesitation. They're not quite willing to go for it. Psycho does finish off Fish Noodle in the end, but the Yokai drone denied. That could be huge, but Ravenna's been shut down. All Diana has to do is keep herself alive going to the final minute. Sonic Blast there. It's going to deny the plant. Have they got it? They need some cover. Chloe, what a shot! Going for more. They still have the Yokai. Is he going to be able to deny the push? Anyway, Diana is just better. A showcase from her in this round.
Phenomenal performance from F5, being able to just in time recover from before that actual push commenced, and look here, managing to keep themselves afloat and in the lead certainly makes things a whole lot better for the defensive squad. Now, only one more round is left before we are going to be switching sides, and for F5, look, their main objective here, make it a 4-2, and then proceed to keep up this momentum going into the attack. For Overt, they obviously want to equalize the round count. They want to make sure that going into their defense, this is an even Steven ground whereon they can keep up their push. They can keep up their momentum, and honestly, these kinds of trades that we've seen so far between the two teams, genuinely phenomenal, and I wouldn't put it past that by the conclusion of this, we are going to be finishing on a draw.
Well, we'll have to see. Back to Reading Room Fireplace. So it's been a bit of an interesting side. It's been a bit messy as well so far. Overt have been the ones to come out on top. First time Cortari with that massive 1v1 clutch against Diana. Second time was a bit more decisive. Overt got in. They took that top floor control. They popped the hatch, flushed the player out of train, and the site was theirs for the taking. So right now, we see the Capcan coming into play again. No Yokais, obviously no Echo. Diana playing the Cade instead with the TCSG. I mean, look at Diana, 9-2 right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, 9-2 is just absolutely a sensational scoreline right now for the F5 player. Certainly looking to keep up this pace, keep up this momentum, because the rest of the teams, look, at the moment so far had a bit of a quieter game. Unfortunately, just yet to find their footing. But overall, gotta say, yeah, for F5, Diana's certainly been putting in the hard yards. On the side of Overt, it's Cortari that has been finding those just perfect openings to allow the rest of the team to flood in, to allow them to get the impactful frags, and kind of from there on, the rest is history. So for Overt right now, they are bringing in, well, just about nearly a similar lineup, minus the fact that now Ravenna is bringing in the Buck. So no more Sledge, no more, well, less of the frag grenades, I should say. And honestly, some much more ranged soft breaching could really, really help Overt to find their own openings, find their own angles, and keep up their own machine going from here on out.
Again, first minute reasonably uneventful for the most part. Forsaken 5 just running around looking for info. Cortari again getting involved, taking down Diana, her biggest competitor in the frag department. Looks like maybe Diana was looking to get a touch aggressive towards that fireplace window. I think.
Assuming it was actually in the dining.
Well,
yeah, there's the blood splatter. Yeah, in the train, she shot it through the fireplace.
Okay,
yeah.
That's an impressive angle for Cortari to be finding.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
One Nitro down, but Ravenna is answered almost immediately, but going to be hitting some nutty shots. No surprise there that she's on the Jaeger. Rotates herself all the way back down to the first floor. She's getting the legwork in. She wants to make sure she gets her steps up today. And oh no,
Ooh.
Unfortunate there. Fish Noodle does not quite have the ammo she needs in the mag to contest Barky, who survives on a sliver of health.
She gets to live another moment or a few more peaks. Oh, that headshot, no! But Chloe decides to just be a little bit too quick on her push, and well, that results in her own demise. Now it's all down to Butt and Repel to try to, well, repel the whole push of the attack. But funnily enough, well, 2v3 still relatively workable with 42 seconds. F5 could certainly play for time and just drain all that utility before even any kind of push is commenced.
Far out. That was a shot and a half from Chloe. I mean, wham, bam, come on, get slammed. Just a one tap. It was clean. It was efficient. She only had like 10 health, so it wasn't necessary, but Chloe managed to nail it anyway. Unfortunately, before jumping through the rotate to her death, the drop down, Psycho finds the first, is going to pull off the angle for now. His Butt might just be able to play that bird if she can find the spray through the floor. She's going to get the info. Swing, the kill. Is it going to be there? Yes, it is, but the plant goes down just a second too late to get the kill onto Psycho. And now the post plant can begin. Spotted, but on the hunt, looking for info, anything, and it will be, unfortunately, a very defensive post plant positioning. Although in saying that, if Butt was able to sneak onto the site, she might just be able to long arm it and go for the ninja. Spots the player, but it's too little too late. And you're right, Cthulhu. 3-3 going into the half.
Exactly, yeah, look, bit of an unfortunate turnaround there for Butt. Didn't really expect to see anyone playing for that wide of an angle, and, well, at the conclusion of it, Overt did manage to pull it back to the draw between themselves and F5. Now going into their own defense, Overt are looking to start dealing the damage, given the fact that this should be a bit more of a favorable side for them. Attack certainly worked out relatively well for them. They managed to make it to a neutral point, whereas on the side of F5, now going into their attack, they are bringing in a slightly different dynamic with the introduction of Finka for Chloe. It's an operator that has been quite frequently seen her pick, and Amaru for Diana
Come on
is
and
an
slam.
odd pick.
Welcome to the jam.
No, but think of it this way.
Amaru combo. I love it.
Yeah, but think of it this way. So, theoretically, what could Diana do? No, if she won't send it directly onto site from the get-go and try to play for that kind of rush play, what could be done is essentially F5 will go through their usual breaching routine, get the entrance or at least some angle into the piano, start applying pressure from the cigar shop into the actual site, and then when the push actually starts commencing, Diana will be that chaos factor that could be jumping in, say, onto the heaven balcony or directly into the cocktail lounge to be able to just distract for that fraction of a moment the overt players, and then from there on the rest of the team could really push in, which theoretically sounds like a great plan. On practice, though, it's a bit of a 50-50.
Yeah, but look, Cthulhu, we're not comp players. When we try it, we get slammed for obvious reasons. But I do see what you're saying.
I mean, speak
and
for yourself.
I do reckon that, look, hey, I've managed it once or twice, maybe twice, I think. But I do, yeah, I really rate it. Even maybe a cheeky laundry hatch play could be big.
Yeah,
if they get the positioning right and can sneak down into that spot and secure the entry into the building. But they're going to have to be careful with it. Kotari, are you surprised that Kotari is looking for spawn pick? No, I'm not. Certainly not at all. But the water is an interesting one. The 1.5 times, I suppose she doesn't have the FMG 90. So the MPX in its pinch does all right. Chloe, the first to fall. Repel as well being tagged. Psycho going to find the down. No. 2 quick frags going to be going the way of F5. No one in a position to... Oh, okay, never mind. I was wrong. Fish Noodle had pushed up and found the trade. Unfortunately, Repel and Chloe off the board early means that there's limited vert play and, well, no nano boost going to the closer of the round.
Yeah, nano boost could have been absolutely huge right now for the setup of F5 with the way how they were looking to go in for the play, but at the moment this is looking to be a whole lot more withdrawn. With Ravenna having a really, really long angle into the machinery, this could be big, but so is Cortari that could absolutely shut this down. Now, in comes the read, an attempt to rather read at the location of one of the players, but at the moment, unfortunately for Bud, this does not mean anything really. She can't really find the Jaeger. She has an inkling as to where the German operator could be, but again, the second impact charge doesn't really bring anything, and rather no information discovery, apart from the fact that we know that there's 2 people on site, and Bean's position has not yet been drawn out, at least to our knowledge.
I'm still waiting on Diana to make some sort of play here. She is running the Gone 6 secondary, which is interesting. But it is the laundry hatch that she's positioned below right now. So as soon as noise starts to be made, she could go for the jump up the hatch, go for the big play and make something happen while Fish Noodle and Butt look to capitalize.
Diana quite looking keen to jump in through the hatch. Now, do they know about the Amaro pick? Because if not, then this could be the very big window of opportunity to go in for that swing. But apart from that, the main case here, there it is, there's the jump in, but no, already the crossfire being set up there. That is rather unfortunate.
Yeah, the coverage is too good. Now Fish Noodle finds herself alone out on the window. This is going to be an interesting one. Unfortunately, with 20 seconds left, doesn't look like there's much that Fish can do right now, especially with Overt playing passive, not wanting to give her those gunfights. The repel in should be heard. Too many crossfires, and Overt will take the first round of the second half, going up 4-3.
Yeah, well, Overt sorting themselves out quite well overall with their performance, with their pacing. They're managing to read into the push and the plays of F5 quite well. Plus, on top of it all, a phenomenal roam game as well from quite a few players. So solidly, well and truly in charge of the pacing, at least at the beginning of their defense. Now, it's up to F5 to, just like Overt did back in the first half, start adjusting for the playstyle that Overt has started bringing in, which means that, well, into the kitchen service and cooking, which, by the way, was, I believe, the only side that actually worked out for F5 consistently, they should be able, or rather, they should know how to really approach it, how to push it. From there on, I would imagine, drone out, clear out the second floor, make sure no vertical game. From there on, actually going for the push onto the side through either the bakery or the red stairs. I don't think we are going to be seeing the white stairs push, at least very in a linear manner. I would imagine that, say, a hatch in the dining room will be opened up to open just another avenue for the push. So, main, I suppose, point of interest is going to be the train and dining right now for F5 and their push.
seconds left.
5 seconds till we hit the action phase. Me and the announcer on point together with that
Attackers are
one.
heading
But
out to defuse a bomb.
again, Cortari's being a bit of a nuisance here. She's finding some big impact kills. Psycho as well. Stack up numbers. And, oh, that's unfortunate. The bullet hole stopping any sort of sight. But Fish Noodle absolutely
Clean.
slams Cortari on the attempt. Hits her like a drive-by shooting. Honestly, maybe I think Fish Noodle's been watching too much Fast and the Furious because she was going sideways on that one.
Drifting around the corners where it would matter. Being able to just absolutely fiend it out, that is a great start. Because with Cortari out of the equation, now it's down to the rest of Overt squad to perform no more roaming, so that means everyone else will have to play for a bit more of a passive, a bit more of an anchor-style performance, which could be, in return, isolated rather quickly by F5 if they play their cards right. With Baki already discovered, that's the frag grenade, that's the GN, and now it's down to the rest of the team who just started falling back and defaulting back to the side.
Second 5 looking to get even more aggressive on their aggression. Going for a couple of cheeky pre-fires with Fish Noodle covering that cross. They've got some solid setup and trying to contest things. Repel on the upside down. Repel, ironically enough, playing outside of mining, looking for that info, looking for anything, trying to control. And in fact, Chloe up there as well, going to pass off that position, covering. I mean, just look at how Forsaken 5 are ensuring that they can get away with this. They've got coverage on angles, watching runouts. They're making sure that they cover their bases.
Absolutely, yes. Look, solid vertical play from a very safe position as well. Repel certainly knowing tricks and the secrets of the trade, you could say. If one of the F5 players stayed around that angle, they could certainly cut off quite a few rotations. For example, that middle section between the two counters in the kitchen cooking could actually be completely isolated and cut off, but at the moment it's just more so down to very conventional gunfights to try to eliminate the Cade, maybe try to eliminate Ravenna on Jaeger, and from there on the isolating the two players should be a rather easy job given the fact that Beans is actually sitting around in the VIP area.
One notch or so in play, and we do see that the X-Kairas go off. Beans tagged over by VIP. You're just talking about it. Unfortunately, she's been spotted and isolated. Not much that Overt can do to try and support her in that situation. Psycho looking to get aggressive with a 1.5 times. Orge 3 very nearly presented with a head, but right now Forsaken Bow, but they've got 28 seconds to make it all happen. So the force, the rush, the push should be coming in just a moment. You look at the positioning of all the players. 4 towards Bakery, 1 in the small bakery, actually 3 bakery and 1 service. So they're already in the site almost. Pushing in, Fish Noodle tag, but she does get the kill onto Beans. Chloe onto Psycho. It is just down to Ravenna. And no chance. The coordination, the flawless execution going the way of Forsaken Boba.
My oh my. Forsaken Boba doing quite a solid job at their push, and being able to find that frag onto Cortari very early meant that pretty much Overt was shut down from their ability to know, or rather from that sheer information flow that Cortari could have been bringing in as a roamer, and being able to essentially focus all the aggro on herself. With her out of the equation, that meant, well, yeah, anchor game through and through, and F5 were quite knowledgeable with how to deal with that specific anchor game. So once again, funnily enough, Kitchen being a 100% success rate, whether it's on attack or defense so far for F5, means that, well, we're back to equalized scoreline for a piece. Now going into the reading and dining. This is the side, though, on the contrary, that was Overt's quite successful side to play. They were able to nail it down to a T. And going into the defense for Overt, they are looking to just keep trying to just shut down the push from F5. Some early frags could certainly go a long way there against F5, but so can be said against Overt. So this is borderline turning into kind of a game of who can find the first blood.
5 seconds to insert.
Well, I mean, Forsaken 5 going to be running that momentum
Attackers' objective
off
is
that
to
last
locate a bomb
flawless.
and
That's
defuse it.
huge, to say the very least. And if they keep the good vibes rolling, the momentum, they could definitely keep going and turn it into 1 or 2 more even. But Overt want to shut that down. They don't want that momentum to be generated. They want to slow it down, keep the pace in their turf, on their side of the court. Well, whether or not that's going to be up to them is what we'll find out now.
Rockets ready.
Exactly. Finding a few more now flexible avenues for themselves. Overt are looking to make this a rather fluid defense from themselves. Keep up the movement, keep up the mobility and flexibility of their defense to make sure that they don't get locked in into those anchor positions, because the moment they stop essentially moving about, the moment they get isolated from all of those gunfights, this is where they that's a quality drone work there from Fish Noodle. Knowing her counters against Mozzie is good. But yeah, look, this is just, I think, gonna end up still going back and forth, and I would be surprised if we're gonna get some sort of a decisive scoreline.
Well, again, these early rounds have been rather passive. We don't tend to see that aggression or even any sort of trades coming through until 130, 120 even, with the Nitro Cell delay potentially here. That Prisma getting a lot of information, but Beans not wanting to commit to it unless, should there potentially be someone watching from pillars. Right now, just going to hold it. Make use of it later on in the round.
Absolutely. Still, roam from below could be absolutely dangerous. The Valkyrie cameras could be big, but opening up the hatch actually means that maybe for Beans, she's not going to be staying for long. That's a gnarly shot from Cortari to take out Diana, and that is the big hard breacher kill. But already the somewhat needed breach has been done into the train, and so already with Fish Noodle getting the better of Beans, this is a decent trade-off.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Fish Noodle is kind of insane. We've seen that a couple of times showcase this map, and Kotari as well, kind of. A lot of the players in this lobby, in fact, the majority of the players in this lobby are insane, and we are getting a decent showcase of that right now. But Fish Noodle playing the Nomad on the attack, still hitting some stunner shots, spots the head of Psycho. Unfortunately, cannot take it off. Going into the final 25, Cthulhu Psycho spotted, well and truly in danger. A lot of shots are ringing out, firing her way. No real support. Fish Noodle will be dropped as Psycho jiggles out and does find the down. Repel as well being tagged. 13 seconds, the drop finished off. But, I mean, the amount of damage Psycho's doing from this position finds and confirms Fish Noodle. It's Repel and Chloe pushing on in. Psycho falls, but Chloe's traded out immediately. And, well, unfortunately, Mandy can't do much. Will unfortunately lose on the clock, but this game is so neck and neck.
Oh, absolutely. It's just a game of adaptation, and I do want to quickly mention this, that I took note at the beginning of the round, but kind of decided to leave it till the conclusion of all the action. This was actually a cool adaptation by Overt. They realized that the moment Cortari went down, the majority of their utility, yes, it still had the potential to get their information, but it wasn't anything too big. They couldn't really know exactly what was happening outside of the site, and that is the kind of adaptation that they've made with the picks from the previous round. They introduced the Alibi, they introduced the Valkyrie, I believe the Legion was still back on, which allowed them so much more knowledge of just what was happening around the map, what was kind of the general pacing of F5, and that's something that they could use to go in for just an absolute perfect counter. Now going into this bar and cocktail side, they are now starting to look to try to maybe min-max a little bit more. So they're now reintroducing Beans onto the Valkyrie with the hidden cameras. Ravanna to try to deny the general information rather than bringing in the Mozzie. And then Psycho Baki for the obvious utility, it's like, well, throwing utility denial, and Cortari just playing in her own kind of element. She's just being essentially allowed and told, yeah, just go crazy, just do your thing, as long as you're able to keep on copying the frags, very impactful ones, well, or rather, just frags in general. We'll just leave it at that, just frags. This is exactly what Overt need of Cortari.
Yeah. Big frags. I mean, 19 between Cortari and Psycho right now. I mean, you look at the numbers on the whole. I mean, Psycho's one frag away from equaling what Baki, Beans, and Ravenna are bringing. So they really are stepping up and going above and beyond in these situations. Forsaken 5, a bit more of an even spread. Repel, the only one really lagging behind. But even then, speaking to her role on the team and what she plays, she's not the one expected to be walking away with a big frag. She's the knowledgeable one on the team. She has everything. Honestly, she's probably one of the best, shot callers, I would imagine. Well, not shot callers, what would be just the info people in this competition. She's a knower, is what I'm trying to say.
The knower, yeah. The information gatherer,
She
yeah.
knows the game.
She knows the game, knows the secrets of the trade and all of that. But look, at the moment, speaking of secrets of the trade, well, I bet there's an attempt from F5 to try and then discover all of those. Plenty of drones as well being discovered, and quite a lot of pings being made, with Butt just trying to just shoot through all these couches to get rid of as many ADS as possible before the actual push commences. There's already a breach being done into the minibar to allow that entry for the rest of the team, whilst there's a crossfire being held by Butt. So now the kind of the logical case scenario, if Beans would have had any kind of information about the positionings of where the Zofia are, maybe impact play if there was, again, if it was a choice for the Valkyrie. Impact out, get rid of air jab, run out, get the better of Butt. But instead, we are going to be seeing two quick frags for F5, which do open things up very nicely for themselves.
The utility drain duo of Jaeger and Whammy off the board almost instantly. And, well, not necessarily. It's a little bit within quick succession. Final minute in play, 3 versus 5 backs against the wall, and Overt are going to have to hold on against the full force of this Forsaken Boba roster with the nano boost in play as well. Because this one could get a bit rough.
Absolutely, yeah. But Cortari still has the ability to swing like that. Jesus Christ. Gets the better of Fishnell. That does make things a little bit more workable. Now the rotation is also coming about from Beans. They are looking to try to just focus their attention towards that white stairs hallway.
3 versus 4 is doable. Forsaken Boba not going to give themselves much of a, leeway when it comes to pushing into the site and looking for the execute. Diana is on the plant, tucked in behind the U-bar. No one really there to deny. Kotari as well going down. Makes this very, very hard. Nitro Cell landing in the wrong place as the confirmed defuse comes out. Beans dropping Repel, brings it back to the 3 versus 2. Now the 2 versus 2. But Diana up on the roof is going to have the best post-plant positioning to try and contest this. Someone is going to have to hit an insane headshot to take her out of the equation. But swinging back to the site, shut down. But do they have any info on Chloe? Do they know that she is watching from above? No frag grenade. Pushing on. That's 1. That's 2. She's going to deny the entry into the bomb site for at least Beans. No Nitro Cell. And unfortunately, it comes down to the mind games. Chloe doesn't even have to do anything. All she has to do is bait and try and get Beans off the diffuser. And I think she may have done that. Doesn't even matter. Headshot Repel with the posthumous death as well. It's a big round.
Absolutely. Well, F5 do manage to equalize back at it again. We are going to be going now into the full set of the regular rounds, which is looking to be, well, quite an interesting setup, quite an interesting turnout. Bar and Cocktail Lounge is going to be, though, a retry from Overt, given the fact that things did not really go their way how they wanted. And funnily enough, well, Cortari now going to be bringing in the Mozzie, so doubling down on that drone denial game is going to be big. So are Baki and Psycho with the Womai Jaeger pick. So look, now veering a little bit further into the utility game and actually playing around the utility could be rather big for Overt to actually now adapt to yet another reiteration and the counterplay from F5.
It came close, but just the way that Forsaken Boba set themselves up after the plant, they knew exactly what the goal was. Chloe providing Overwatch and denying any chance of the defuse. They understand the game and they play it. Now at 5-5, we're guaranteed to go full regulations rounds here in map 1, Cthulhu. Obviously then, you have to ask yourself, do we go to overtime?
10 seconds to go.
Wouldn't be surprised, honestly, Panda, given the fact that so far we haven't really seen a lot of, or as a matter of fact, any kind of round streaks. Apart from that, actually no, not even the initial ones, there were none. It's just been, back and forth game between the two teams. Overt and F5 trading blows left, right, and center. Honestly, unless something gives in their general team structure, only then I can see one of the teams to actually win it out in regular rounds.
Oh, this camera from Cortari. Well, it's not even Cortari, it's Beans, but Cortari is sitting on it, looking to make that info pay out. Nitro Cell toss, but not a single point of damage dished out. So now they have to know that there is probably a cam up here feeding information through, and you'd have to hope that they've shot it out.
I think they did. Oh, there it is. Now we hear it. Shot out, done, dusted. So that's the information of the outside position now completely scraped. But is looking though to go on a solo player. Crusade cannot nail the shots, but that boost actually does help quite a fair bit to keep her a bit more in competitive shape.
And with the 2 boosts remaining, I mean, Butt should be plenty healthy come the end of the round. Ravenna, the first of all, Diana, again, continuing to rip players from existence. Kotari, slammed by Butt as she drifts again, straight through that cigar shop, spots the head. I don't even think Kotari knew what hit her.
Yeah, look, I'm confused. I would be just about as confused and thinking what exactly happened there. Already a few gunfights do happen. 3v5, still relatively workable for Overt if they do play their cards right, but at the moment, once again, being kind of cornered and concentrated in a single area does really give away quite a fair bit of ground to F5 for the taking.
5 versus 3 again. I mean, it's not impossible, but it is a rough situation to be facing down if you are Overt. Nano Boost comes in, all of them used, but healthy as anything right now. Full 5 members looking to hit this site with force and get the plant down. You look at the players, there is no one actually keeping eyes on Cocktail right now. They don't have the angle to the end of that bar, so this could quickly spiral out of control for them. Frag Grenade in, Barky and Beans avoiding damage for now. Actually, no, Beans takes literally a point of damage in that situation, but nothing more. We get into the final 40 here, Cthulhu, and I mean, the pressure's mounting. Big kill from Psycho to take down Repel. No one quite watching that white door. Psycho will tuck herself back into the bathroom. Still a position or 2 that could be used to plant. And with 1 Nitro Cell only in place, Psycho again tucking into the corner. The shots coming through. Diana on the plant. Barky does go for the swing, gets the kill on the butt, but Beans falls as the trade. Barky looking to rotate through Cigar, but the plant's down. Fishnoodle falls. Now they know where Barky is. They can play for the post plant. They don't have to contest, and Chloe decides to anyway. Forsaken 5 move on to map point on Cafe.
First time, 2 rounds in a row do we see here from one of the 2 teams. It is now F5 leading the charge, and it is them who managed to secure themselves an overtime at the very least, which will be taking off a little bit more, or rather a little bit of that pressure off them. Whereas on the side of Avert, this is their map pick. This is them who kept things rather competitive up until this very point, and if they do lose out this very map, things will get a little bit dicey. Going into F5's map pick, obviously, you would want to have at least something going for Overt, but we could possibly, if this match does conclude into the hands of F5, I wouldn't put it past that we could be seeing this being wrapped up in a 2-0 fashion.
2-0, indeed. I mean, as much as it has been even, it always feels like Forsaken Boba are the ones to be just 1 step ahead. And especially now, like, coming at the tail end of the map with 1 round of regulation remaining before we potentially close things out or go to overtime. Their attacks have just been that little bit cleaner, and they've been able to get away with just that little bit more and being able to turn that into wins. So Avert, they're going to have to dig real deep if they want to pick up this round.
Oh yeah. Avert will certainly want to acquire the bread within this very round, pushing it into overtime, keep up contesting. Look, even just going for just the sheer fact of, you know, the question of endurance could be big.
Iron Sights MP5 SD for Ravenna there.
I read that. Funnily enough, the MP5 SD Iron Sights are actually cleaner than all the other MP5s. So this is still a relatively good decision.
Yeah, but at range, surely wouldn't you prefer some sort of magnification?
Look, I'm assuming for where Ravenna is planning to sit, range wouldn't really matter unless she is playing against Chloe, who could absolutely just bully her.
I mean, yeah, that was the other thing I was going to talk about. Chloe versing her former team. She was formerly an Overt player, got dropped by the team, and has now found a home in Forsaken Boba. Oh, Kid, do you
This is
feel
send.
what I
This is
feel?
full send.
Cthulhu Nano Boost, gone 6 ready. We are in prime rush territory. Diana straight on in, looking for the plant. Goo mine in the leg, so she won't have to pull that out. In the swing comes, Beans dropping Chloe, but it's traded back in the form of Psycho. Big shots for Schnoodle.
Oh, no.
Repel up on the cocktail balcony, but unfortunately can't find the kill on Kotari. Diana has secured the plant. Look at that butt covering for pillars. How have they gotten away with this? The rush call works. Ravenna falls for Schnoodle. Big carry, big cross. Diana on the Baki. It's Kotari alone. Upstairs on the 3rd floor, asking the question, what the hell just happened? Why is the diffuser down? Schnoodle spotted, fragged out for 24 seconds. Kotari is going to have to get a move on. She does not have a hell of a lot of information. Down red stairs, looking to push through mining, potentially looking to push through the 90 corridor. In fact, she will. Pings through.
Ooh.
Diana absolutely slammed, but all Butt has to do is deny for 1 more second, and there you have it, Cthulhu. Forsaken Boba. It doesn't matter if Butt dies. They take map 1.
Well, I was saying that something needed to give up and give in, and well, it seems like it's just the fact that Overt didn't expect the rush strat to come through, and well, what a way to wrap it up.
Big map from Forsaken Boba. And, I mean, you look at the numbers. It's 12-7 for Diana, 12-6 for Chloe. And Forsaken Boba digging very deep to pick up the win there. Unfortunately, Overt not quite able to keep up. And, I mean, Cafe Dostoevsky being the pick of Overt and still going the way of Forsaken Boba, you might be right on the money there, Cthulhu. We might see a 2-0 come through.
Yeah, look, with the way how F5 been performing, it certainly shows that the time and effort has been put in. The way how they've played their cards, the way how they've just adapted round in and round out has been genuinely phenomenal. Not to discredit Overt as well. They've been showing some solid performance, but those last 3 rounds, unfortunately, been just yoinked out of their hands and just to no avail. Pretty much not a single bit of ground has been given back to them. I mean, you even look at that final round. Throughout the whole cafe, we've been seeing a very strategical, very systematic approach by both of the teams. And no sign of a rush strat came about. And the moment that happened, we still looked at at Overt doing their final setups, which shot them in the foot. And there was, unfortunately for them, just no way of actually predicting what could happen.
Yeah, 1 second. I just need to change something. It looks like it's raining all of a sudden. And
Uh-oh.
the window is open, which cannot be good because my computer is right next to the window. There we go. We're all sorted. But
Nice.
raining. Speaking of raining, Forsaken Boba raining on Overt's parade there on their own map pick. We head to Chalet next, which could be interesting given Forsaken Boba's success on it. I mean, Forsaken Boba. It's almost that mantra from the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Take what you want and give nothing back, because they did not give anything back.
Not at all. No, it was a clean deal by the conclusion of it all. And well, up next, it is looking to be. Was it Chalet?
Yep, that's
It
the
is
one.
Chalet. Yes, the French Alps.
But before we get to Chalet, up next we do in fact have a break. So when we come back from the break, we'll break down map 1, we'll get into map 2, and we'll see how this whole series closes out. We'll be back. See you soon.
see me with it.
Hello and welcome back. We're here ready to go getting into map number 2. But Cthulhu, I did see something behind you just a moment ago. It looks like you got a big fan in the room.
Yes, quite the sizable fan, yes.
Big fan.
Mm,
I also
big
have a
fan.
big fan, but it's over that way. So you can't sit. It is hot. It's hot in New Zealand. It's humid. It's not nice, but we look to carry on anyway. Map 2, Chalet. I mean, I wish I could go to Chalet. At least it's cool there. Nice and snowy. A bit icy, but chilly. But before we get to Chalet Cthulhu, we got map 1 breakdown. Let's have a look at how things played out on Cafe Dostoyevsky. And here you go. It's about the numbers, Mason. Kortari, despite going 13-6 with a +7 kill differential, unfortunately, it wasn't enough to take them over the finish line. But you look at that, 2 players on 12. Dana and Chloe went huge for Forsaken Boba.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Chloe been absolutely big, especially in the late game, being able to close out some of those round wrapping up frags and being able to just keep up the team pushing. Diana been just absolutely key to so many pushes as well. And overall, all across the board, F5 certainly done a phenomenal job. We've seen a bunch of trades of rounds back and forth, and look, by the end of it, unfortunately for Overt, things just given in. And well, after round number 9, rather, it was a 3-round streak that pretty much allowed F5 to wrap it all up then and there. For Overt, though, still a valiant effort. They're not out of this yet, but we are now looking to cast our sight over to F5's map pick, and that is looking to be Chalet, which is honestly, look, hang on. I'll need to scratch the knee of wisdom. Okay, the knee of wisdom has been scratched. So I'm saying that for Chalet, it is genuinely, I think, with the way how F5 warmed themselves up, I genuinely think that both sides should be relatively solid for them. For Overt, though, their main goal here right now to reset their mental.
Chalet plays a little bit differently to Cafe, I suppose. It's slightly more attacker-sided, which means Forsaken Boba going to have that little bit of an advantage in the first half. Honestly, it's on whether or not Overt can weather that storm as to whether or not they can actually take us to bank.
It will require quite a fair bit of effort and quite a fair bit of pushing power for Overt to push us to bank, albeit I wouldn't be too sad if we are going to be going to bank. Plus, look, this means that we get to see quite a rare occurrence of this map in Women's League, and honestly, bank could actually mean relatively even ground for both of the rosters. They've managed to show us some solid performances. Overt still managed to push it to the full regulation of the regular rounds. So a 7-5, despite their loss, I still reckon that they are a very able roster going into all of this. So going on to Chalet with a map that does require you from the get-go to be a little bit more mobile, a little bit more fluent in your movement, I definitely think that Overt could still bring in the heat here, full on.
Well, I mean, whether or not they bring the heat is obviously going to Chalet. We could see that heat cool off very, very quickly, depending on how these rounds play out. Just waiting on the final hours to get on into this matchup. Cthulhu after Cafe, do you think Overt have enough in the tank to take us to bank? Or are we going to see Forsaken Boba close it out in the 2-0? What do you reckon?
Ooh. I'll probably lean towards just F5 or Forsaken Boba to actually be the ones to take this to a dub. As much as I wanna give all my faith into Overt, as much as they've done a solid job throughout the season, just unfortunately their performance during regular season has been a little bit shakier than F5's, and overall Forsaken Boba managed to actually show us a much better adaptability overall and being able to switch playstyles on the go from round to round during Cafe Dostoyevsky, which was the map pick of their opponent. So going into this, it's supposedly should be a much more comfortable ground for Forsaken Boba to take their opponents on, whereas for Overt, again, it will very much depend on them, how well can they reset their mental, how serious they are approaching this, and, well, just how much they've prepped the actual map, because this is where it will all actually start mattering. This is the last map, as a matter of fact, for them to keep themselves in contention for that grand final. And look, from there on, if they don't wrap it up, well, it'll be a solid, quick 2-0 for Forsaken Boba, which I doubt that overt players nor the management team behind them would really want to see.
We are just waiting on that one last player. Unfortunately, they've been called away by nature. There we go. They're back. They're ready to go. Jumping on into Chalet Cthulhu. It's about to get cold. It's about to get very, very cold. Unfortunately, what we're witnessing in game won't quite match up what we're experiencing in real life, but we make do. We push on. We persevere. And I don't have the heart to tell production that this video is the old Chalet and not the one we're going to now.
Look, I'll say this, I usually miss sometimes the old Chalet. And something that, used to be a few really solid angles, really fun angles, but at the same time a point of, oof.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. Going into the operator ban phase, I'm probably about to be dropped from the call. I was making fun of Alex, and, well, we all know how that goes. You don't make fun of the person who signs your paychecks. It's never a good call.
Oh. Yeah, look, generally a bit of a bad call to shoot yourself in the foot whilst talking smack to the production.
Same rule applies with frag grenades. You also should not
Yeah,
frag
true.
grenade yourself or your teammates. Andrew, that one's for you.
Yeah, shout out to Andrew. Absolute gamer, despite the occasional fragging of the teammates. Yeah, stream does see chat, Beans. Thank you for just realizing that. Very well done. Look,
Bad beans.
Bans wise, look, so far, double Spaniard ban does actually make sense, given the fact just how much utility, or rather information game, does Mirror bring. Jackal, again, somebody that you rather not really see being picked quite frequently, and within Women's League context, Jackal could be quite a frequent appearance should he be given any ground. And with Cade out of the equation as well, look, it is... Sorry.
Ravenna says, follow my Twitch. I don't think Ravenna even plays Twitch. I don't know what she's talking about right now. Bit odd.
Yes, exactly. Questionable
the
moments
game
from
itself,
Bucky.
Cthulhu, we're into it.
Yeah.
And Master Bedroom Office is bomb site number 1. Not going to kick things off. Qatari bringing out the Oryx. Might see that 6 picked away, but right now we are seeing, as you would expect from the side of Forsaken Bow, but we do see the 6 pick coming out. It's a cask, because honestly, not an operator that I see often played by her.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Castle is one of those kind of rare occurrences for Qatari, but I genuinely rate the Castle pick, especially on a map like Chalet, especially with the buff that is coming up for him, where the castle barricades will go directly over the actual wooden barricades, which would make the process much more fluent, would allow so much more time to be saved, and in general, just a nice quality of life update for Castle. So for Qatari, though, in the context of her appearance here as a Castle player for this very site, this just means just a lot more of that safer ground, at least for a brief longer more. And being able to cut off a lot of the angles without the breaching charges would make things for F5 a whole lot more difficult. But in saying that, you still have quite a fair few avenues to go in for the push. Now, I'm assuming from F5 we are going to be seeing someone across the lines of a push through the trophy room, through the garage, and then onwards from there up top. But with Qatari's position, look, yeah, I commend the dedication, but actually, was it seen? That's the main question.
Don't know. But would have seen the opening there in the window into trophy, so they would have had some idea. Unfortunately, no damage traded either way right now. Love the pocket proximity alarm there from Qatari. I do rate it. At least it's, not going into a setup thinking that you have nitro cells and only having proximity alarms, because that one can get embarrassing.
Already, well, the surge is coming out. The buck swings coming about from below. This is something that we've seen a number of players from even OCL utilize to the fullest potential, having a solid set of angles as well being brought out. Could be quite big. for Overt. Look, at the moment they are sitting nice and pretty.
Chloe going to be tagged up heavy, pulls off the angle, steps on a goo mine, and we'll have those nano boosts coming into play in just a moment, I would imagine. Wants to be nice and healthy come the end of the round. Frag grenade potentially going to connect here up on the Florence Lamb, but no, Barky backs off for now. Doesn't want a bar of it. And already, I mean, look, Forsaken Boba is still making good ground. They're still contesting some key angles. Oh, big damage on the Cortari. That could translate into a kill later on in the round.
Absolutely. Quite a fair bit of damage now acquired. This is going to make things a little bit more dicey, but in saying that, Fish Noodle is back onto her shenanigans with the AK on the Nomad. Surprised how none of those bullets actually connected with the dome piece of the Nomad, but in saying that, there's still quite a fair few angles being set up. Fish Noodle has a solid ground now around the Solarium, and this could actually start translating into the actual swings onto the site.
Collecting that information with the drones right now. Stun picked up by the Wemai Mag. Doesn't do much there. No more nano boosts in play, but health advantage somehow still favoring Forsaken Boba. Psycho taken out of the equation by Diana. Magnificent repel play from her there. It's such a key position that you need to set up as an attacking team to try and cover so you can't rotate between the side or into bathroom. Barky well and truly back against the wall, tucked in that corner. No real options. No one. Fish Noodle taking out Cortari. They know that Barky is there. She's trying to take care of Diana, but can't find the angle. Chloe watching bathroom. The rotates are well and truly locked down. Barky has no clue. She's the swing find the kill on the Fish Noodle, but butts in the sight. Looking for the plant. Barky for a triple. Diana outside on the double window. Does find the kill. Has to find two more. Can't. Can she get the diffuser? Yes, she can. Has to plant it. Has to lock it down. Ravenna is just going to be able to jump over, but I don't think Diana's going to be able to contest. It's a quad for Beans. Ravenna steals the ace. Honestly, I don't even know if the round's worth it then. Beans had the ace lined up.
Rather unfortunate there for Beans, but look, it is what it is. Though a solid start for Overt, being able to lock down the site, not really allowing too much ground for F5 to be taken, and contesting each one of those angles from the very beginning. So certainly a good start for Overt. Certainly looks like they managed to reset their mental, which in turn could really bring in a good start and possibly a really solid scoreline at the beginning, or rather at the middle point of the match / beginning of second half. So now going into bar and gaming room, obviously the side that does prefer quite a fair bit of vertical gameplay. I am curious how will Overt be able to perform themselves here, given that they will essentially need to cast their side not only over to the actual side, they will need to keep in mind mezzanine, main hallway at the ground floor entrance, as well as that the library and the library buffer room. So there's quite a lot of avenues that they need to be very mindful of. They need to make sure that they lock down and isolate those positions. For F5, though, they have quite a few ways to approach it. They could go for a direct confrontation by the games room and the library. They could go for a very much of an extended push through the solarium and all the way through into the library hallway, and from there on kind of just go 3 different ways. Or they could go for a bottom to top push. And again, this could also work out relatively well, albeit would introduce a few caveats here and there.
After that last round, Overt able to get away with that robbery there, unfortunately, but just not checking her left as she ran on into the site. And I mean, even that info would have been huge, if not necessarily translating it into a frag herself. But it was that single player left unchecked, sitting on the master bedroom door, that picked the win up for Overt. Able to capitalize and find some massive frags from that position. Now we go into the next round. Bar Gaming, they want to clear it across horizontally on the second floor. And already, I mean, no one contesting by trophy or solarium, and Forsaken 5 are allowed to get in.
Absolutely. Solid entry. Quite a fair bit of safe ground as well for F5 to make this their foothold to go in for the push. Main question being, though, will Overt opt into a late flank? Are they going to try to push in through the northern stairs? Or if it's going to be just flat out hunker down play for picks and play for as passive of a gameplay as humanly possible. And if that's the case, this could actually work out quite well for them, because no contention, once again, no pressure from the double window into the library. It's a very one-dimensional push that Overta would gladly punish, and it seems like Chloe is slowly realizing that there needs to be another avenue for the pressure, and this is somewhere where the rotations are starting to come about.
My lord, I didn't even realize that you could get that much coverage from a Rotero drone. And that wasn't even with going through, yeah, it wasn't even going through library hallway window. Like, Diana, from that study, the office balcony, straight through to the top of library stairs with the Rotero with 2 seconds remaining even, clears out the player and the shield. They can now start to compress onto that library position, threaten from above, and this is just to showcase the power of Flores.
Oh yeah, absolutely. With Flores being in the play, this does allow a lot of openings. With Chloe down, though, she should be able to actually revive herself.
No, you can't.
I think. Oh no, not from the
mat.
frost mat. Yeah, not from the frost mat. That would have been actually huge if she would have been able to. But still, though, one more nano boost that could really help the team once the actual push does commence. But with the hatch open, with the angles vertical now being open, with the repel still being fully healthy and alive, those angles need to stop being contested, because with 20 seconds to go, the push needs to commence now.
Player in back stock, Fishnoodle going to catch the full force of a flash grenade. They do flush the players out of back stock, and Diana somehow escaping death. Kotari finding the kill onto Butt. Fishnoodle as well falling. Diana looking to get aggressive, but it's Chloe to find the next buck. He falls, but it's answered back immediately. No time to make it happen, and no chance at the plant. Once again, Overt have fallen short just at the finish line.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Overt may have actually ended up putting a bit more prep into Chalet than Cafe, which feels like rather weird, given the fact that this is their opponent's map pick, but it is what it is. 2-0, though, is a really, really good start for Overt. Certainly looking to push this into a third map, certainly looking like they could at least gain a solid momentum off the back of this first half, and say we get a 3-0 scoreline. Look for F5. That's the pressure starting to ramp up. Obviously, I would imagine that this could also start to slowly lean into the whole narrative of defensive side being kind of the more dominant one. But in saying that, well, we just seen a phenomenal dominant attack side from F5 on Cafe, which one would think would translate well into the next map being Chalet in relatively kind of somewhat similar playstyle. But again, that's not the case, at least just yet. It seems like maybe F5 are trying to, introduce a little bit of maybe tomfoolery on some of the swings, trying to go for the last moment pushes, which usually get punished quite well, especially in the current meta. So something that maybe to account for Coach Wazoo, maybe at some point call an attack pause and start actually diverting and changing some of the plans for Chalet.
Could be an idea. Although in saying that, we were covering APAC North earlier today, and I believe it was, I want to say Talon Esports were down 0-3 against Viper and then won the next 7 rounds in a row. So, just because you're down 2 rounds doesn't mean that it is all over. It means that you're just down 2 rounds. Everything is recoverable in this game. There is no point. Unless you're facing a 6 whatever your team is on, and you go down to the final player in a 1 versus 5, then yeah, likely chance that you're going to be knocked out of that match. But Siege is a game where you can come back from any point, no matter how things have gone previously.
Absolutely. Already a gunfight does erupt with Ravenna trying to find the early frag onto Fishnoodle. If Fish does swing the west main stairs, this could be big, but the drone just confirms the position of the Jaeger, which should be forcing him slightly further away. But no, instead Ravenna is actually trying to play for a much more up close angle. Has a huge possibility for an offset, because the moment she gets the frag onto Fishnoodle, or somebody decides to jump into that window, that could mean a possibility for a double kill, which could be absolutely away scot-free. Chloe falls off, but manages to revive herself.
Yeah, that wasn't a frost mat. Okay, I just realized there's no frost. I thought she'd stepped into one because she lost all of her health in an instant. So I think she may have just fallen off the roof.
Bit of a cactus moment there for Chloe, but Regardless of that, opener on the angles is there. Psycho decides for the better of it to not really go in and swing, and this is now going to be forcing her to fall back and straight away into the hands of Butt. Phenomenal coordination and rather unfortunate timing for Psycho as well on top of it all.
The pain of a white screen in those situations, knowing full well that there is someone waiting for you at the top of the stairs, and the only other option is to eat a Rotero drone. I do feel for Psycho in that situation. Not the ideal situation to be in if you're holding Solarium stairs, but you got to make do with what you can. She tried, she attempted, she got a bit of damage down, but that's all it was. Now going to the final minute, no nano boost available, 2 Rotero drones, all 3 air jabs from Fish Noodle. So there is a lot of unused utility still in play for Forsaken Boba.
I mean, they haven't really taken a lot of tangible ground with them inside the building. Yes, Fish Noodle was in the trenches, but you look at quite a few players, they still on the windows. They still yet to actually go in for the push, which is alarming, given that it's only 30 seconds and already the frags are starting to happen.
Prevented for 1, but it's traded back by Butt immediately. 25 seconds remaining. Barky taking down Diana, brings it back equal at 3 versus 3. Repel down West Main, knows that there's Vert in play, and Barky bags a second before Repel eats Chloe's frag grenade there, finds herself alone, can't close it out. Vert will take 3 on the fly as we head into round 4. This has been a brutal run so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, bit of a set of unfortunate events for F5, but this is quite a fair bit on them, really, as well, given the fact that they have been taking their time. 3rd time in a row, they are delaying the push till the last 30 seconds, which bites back at them yet again. Overt, because not enough frags were gained from the first, I guess, 2.5 minutes, because none has been gained. Really, for F5, they're forced to go in for that just kind of full send or nothing, and full send doesn't really do much here, given the fact that already flawless rotation of the sites for Overt, and they were able to lock down the site pretty much all 3 rounds so far. So going into the 4th, I hope that things will really change, at least for F5's own sanity on the side of Overt, though. As long as they keep up this kind of play, they might just be able to make an even more decisive win against their opponents and push this to bank with, say, a scoreline of 7-3, 7-2 maybe?
We'll have to see, of course, but I mean, how many times, Cthulhu, you and I have been casting, one team goes up 3-0, and then all of a sudden, going into the half, it's equal at 3-3. Forsaken Boba, at no point should ever be counted out of this matchup, and Overt would be, you know, their own worst enemies if at any point they were to. They need to keep their heads level. The last thing you want to do in this situation is get overconfident.
Yeah, the main thing, though, is the fact that it's more so just because it's on F5's map pick. They've done a much better job at going back and forth on their opponent's map pick, which is where I'm starting to, you know, question certain things, certain outcomes for F5, given that, in theory, this should be where, you know, they would have been the one dominating or even playing a closer game, because they would, at least that would make sense, given that, well, they picked their map. This is something that they would have surely prepped. Instead, this is so far feeling like it's just planning to be a bit of a trade of maps, and then we go for the actual serious matchup on Bank.
Psycho takes a bit of damage up on the mezzanine before she drops back as Forsaken Boba taking control of Lyra and looking to cover across and push onto that master bedroom office bomb site. Last time it went horrendously wrong. They take Solarium, they push in, but does not check her left, and as a result, Barky able to swing find 4 frags in the round and shuts down the win attempt there. This time around, we see a bit of a spread from Overt and Forsaken 5 looking to match that spread. They want to get a contest below, ensure that when they do go for that push, they have security and won't be denied at the tail end.
With that, well, get to go and get to see some of the bigger swings. From F5, they are looking to start contesting, but very dangerously decides to un-ADS while still being in a possible direct line of sight from Cortari. That could have shut her down rather quickly, but thankfully for But that didn't really happen. Not really thankfully for Cortari, because she could have really avoided that pressure from below. But is looking to get into that trouble, but it's instead trouble comes to her in form of barely now any HP. And whilst this does force Cortari out of that spot, Cortari still has full HP.
Nano boost number one used, but with healthier, pretty worse for wear, but at least contestable. Psycho and Beans down towards kitchen and dining could flank in at any moment, shut down this push being initiated. Fish Noodle finds the opener onto Cortari. It's a big kill. They now have the option to jump into the side head. Barky spotted as well. They flip the script, Cthulhu. They're heading in from the other side of the map entirely. They have that half wall security. It will come down to Barky potentially threading the needle in that nitro cell to try and deny. And you can see utility dump, the tuck in. Diana looking to get in behind the half wall and go for that plant. Can Bucky line it up? Player on the double window repels. Psycho from below does deny, or at least deter Diana for the moment. Spotted. Tagged once again. The drop down. Fish Noodle to cover. This is that communication that Forsaken Foe have been looking for so desperately. 6 seconds in which to do it. Repel does find the kill onto Barky. The plant will be secured as Ravenna finds 1 and 2. Chloe and Butt fall to spray. Diana answers back, shuts her down. And it is now Beans alone on the bed in master bedroom with not very much health to work with. Goes for the reload, wants to slow things down, make sure she has the best shot at clutching this one out. Does she know where Repel is? Yes, well, for only a moment. As she does fall, and Overt will drop round 4, giving Forsaken Boba there first.
Seems like you just about started to predict the comeback for F5, Pando, given that you've mentioned before that a fair few times in multitude of leagues. We've seen 3-0, and then the team that is in the point deficit starting to come back. It seems like F5 finally back on their legs, albeit that whole round was such a colossal mess. No clear out of the kitchen, no actual drone game in there, at least from what I've seen, and it just kind of all went down to the fact that pretty much Fish Noodle was able to frag out Cortari, who was attempting to go for just slightly a little bit too wide of a swing.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just the reactionary plays, just that little bit better from Forsaken Boba in that particular round. But I mean, it's what they needed. 1 round translated it to 2. Got the defense start to look to pick up some more where you're feeling a little bit more comfortable. But right now, Bar Gaming on the cards, and we see it set up once again. Mute Gemma in play, but we saw that doesn't really matter in this situation because Diana was able to get it through. This time, unfortunately, now I've just noticed not playing the Flores, so the Mute Gem is actually not going to count for much, but hopefully they can clear out the utility, get that shield taken care of, and give themselves a bit more time to work with in approaching the site.
10 seconds to go.
I mean, again, theoretically, Mute Jammers could still account for a few of the things, but again, that I would imagine would be a little bit too far-fetched. Say, use the Mute Jammers to counter some of the will have like a pocket Mute Jammer to counter a air jab. The Mute Jammer theoretically could also counter, at least within its own vicinity, the Fingers Nano Boost as well, which, you know, again, very far-fetched of a theory, but something that, you know, I've seen a couple, choice few people actually attempt to use, but it was in very much niche situations. But yes, I do agree with you. The Mute Jammers are going to be really just to deny some of the information gathering utility here and not much more. Apart from that, Overt are still bringing in a rather very flexible lineup, including
good time.
Yeah, that is a solid time for push. That was my next point to mention. But yeah, they are doing a phenomenal job so far.
I mean, sub-minute mark, and they've taken control of that entire northern side of the building. Through into West Main, through into kitchen dining. We might just see that again. We saw the rush on Cafe, straight into reading, punch on at the side, get the plant down. We might see something similar here. You look at it, bottom main stairs, the head. Oh my god! But what a shot! Chloe there in support. The nano boost even coming into play, not needed whatsoever. And I mean, this is where that library hold, which is traditionally so strong, is completely gutted. They have players below, and all of a sudden, the player there, Barky in particular, being the one there, has to be very concerned about her likelihood of surviving.
Going to be a big moment right now. Psycho's position is going to be very huge here. If she can counter even just a single person to push, this will be big. But right now, at the moment, C4 to try to open up a vertical angle could be big. Psycho to swing in onto the fireplace stairs could really cut off the rotation that F5 was so desperately looking to make. With a minute to go, though, already the avenue to push into the gaming room could actually quite big, but again, still a person to contest in the supply room and a person, and also the Aruni gate.
But just walks on up main stairs, takes care of Bucky. I mean, it's this little duck dive and dodge approach from Forsaken Boba. They're just testing the waters, position to position. Frag grenade on Psycho, does deal with the Vulcan shield, and tags are up pretty significantly too. Repel watching the cover on the mezzanine, but especially little to find Psycho. Repel in, looking to get aggressive. Beans, the only player on the site. Kotari is above, trying to deter with 30 seconds remaining. Repel not checking her corners, gets shut down, but so does Butt as Beans hits a lovely headshot. It's not answered back, but they find Kotari. If they can take out Beans, it's a win. Diana does it indeed. And Cthulhu, what once was a 3-0 is now a 3-2.
Certainly so. 2 rounds in a row for F5 in hopes of equalizing the round count here. Could certainly make this a solid half for themselves if they can push this to a 3-3 scoreline. If Overt makes this a 4-2, look, the more the merrier for themselves going into the attack. It's certainly going to be quite a tall order given just how much more attacker-sided Chalet so far been. And if F5 can make it theirs, look, they're just only one step ahead, or rather one step before they actually claim that 2-0 victory. So, in saying that, Bar and Gaming Room is going to be a retry, funnily enough, from Overt, seeing as they, I would imagine, feel like they could have really pulled it off on a much better basis. So, in saying that, we're going to be seeing pretty much just about the same lineup, minus the Aruni gates, and instead the introduction of the Alibi. Oh, and minus the Goyo for Psycho.
Barky did play it on their kitchen dining defense and found some big kills next with Storm.
Yeah.
But, I mean...
But see, for kitchen dining, it's a different dynamic, though.
I'm just trying to think, what the plan is with this the Prisma setup for... Okay, so they are concerned about a very, a similar approach. They don't want anyone sneaking through from the basement. They want to be able to counteract any sort of cheeky little pushes that Forsaken Boba might be looking for. I'm not quite sure what the game plan is. So 1 in piano. So I think, holding on to them to the round starts. Very smart approach from Overt here.
Honestly, I would have rated actually even more if Overt decided to expand a little bit further, say even to piano and office. Like, have that as one of your footholds to try to slow down the entry to the building from the get-go. Could have been quite rather big for Overt to try to play about, but I would imagine that the confidence is not particularly there. They don't really want to send just a singular person on that borderline, like a suicide run. And it's... maybe it's a decision for the better, but certainly if the confidence / setup would have allowed, I would have loved to see a bit more of an expansion from Overt.
Yeah. I mean, there's ways you can set it up on Chalet that you can hold those positions early and then still have the advantage in being able to pull back. You don't risk your life surrendering that ground, but unfortunately, Barky is the first to lose her life. Diana, an absolute stunner of a shot through that window.
Absolutely.
Diana, a little confused there for a moment.
Just mild confusion there. Psycho just gets absolutely overpowered on that push. Is there roam? No, Kotari's not even going to try to refrag, but Bud doesn't even know about the presence of a mute player, which could push up a whole lot of problems, but Bud just overpowers with just a bigger mag.
Mouse 1 goes hard. 3 quick frags, 1 answered back. Ravenna playing it very aggressive. I mean, that's a very dangerous angle. A very, very small angle as well through that hatch into bar. He's going to pay off for a repel down. So limited vertical threat going to the remainder of the round right now. But with 2 players to the 4 and a lot of angles being covered. But I don't know how Ravenna threaded the needle on the butt there.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an interesting moment. Probably just hold left click and just pray to Jeebus that at least one of the shots lands onto the head. But look, one more Nano Boost does come about, and in hopes of get Bud back to a bit more competitive health. 2 more still in the pockets of Chloe, so she could use this before the actual buff up, but 30 seconds remaining, the push needs to happen.
Beans taking down Diana could spell doom for this half for Forsaken Bow, but they've got 20 seconds to make something happen in a 3 versus 2. Fish Noodle gets sprayed at. Ravenna tucked in behind the bar, safe for now, stuns deep. Ravenna's going to be completely white screen, has to go prone. Fish Noodle spots it, does take it out. Hikatula, I am king of predictions. We're back at 3-3.
Oh well, there we are. 3-3. 2 teams respond back at each other with 3-round streaks. First it was Overt, that started things off really, really well, but the moment it kind of ticked off at the conclusion of the first quarter of the map, well, F5 just came back in, sent it. 3-3 is the end of the first half. Now it's down to Overt to actually begin their attack, and obviously the whole setup by F5 is looking to be quite different. Chloe bringing out the smoke. The operator that was actually banned against her back on Cafe Dostoevsky, and in saying that this should be putting her back into that comfort ground. Diana, though, for Thunderbird, that's again leading into that ability to have a safe ground to fall back, to re-heal, and kind of nullify whatever the damage progress that has been gained by the attack against you. So, solid decision with F5 kind of going for that ability to have kind of a plan B in case things do go haywire, at least on their own game, which also, by the way, leans into the idea of F5 having a little bit of a wider roam game rather than Overt flat out just lock down the side and hold your positions. In a similar vein, how they've played on the defense of Cafe, funnily enough.
I mean, Diana, the epitome of the Rainbow Six Siege mulligan. Those Kona stations are so good, especially on a for a team that favors that roam play style. It allows those roamers to be a bit more aggressive, knowing full well should they lose a bit of a gunfight, obviously without dying, of course. Dying completely, nullifies a Kona because then you can't use it. But if you take a couple of unlucky shots and you find yourself in a rough spot going to the later stages of the round, find a Kona station, you're good to go. And we see that Frost coming into play as well. Thank you so much, Nunnery, for that information. 1 below the double window in gaming, 1 in Mudroom as well, and the final one in pocket for Repel to throw down wherever she chooses.
Absolutely. Well, in begins the action phase for Overt to try to get back their own mojo, their own momentum back into all this. Baki is back on the Iana. So nothing really changed for Overt. They all still sticking to the very similar operators like they tried to bring over to Cafe, which one leads into the idea of that they just have very set roles that they just want to keep on perfecting, and 2, which might be a plus, might be a minus, however you want to call it. It is a very set locked roster, which could be quite easily countered should F5 read into this and the consistency of those picks as well.
Bulletproof camera, lovely little spot there at the top of the fireplace stairs, watching Repel giving that cover, and it's going to provide some key information should someone look to pinch down into the first floor and get up the fireplace stairs, counteracting Repel's position. Kotari had enough of the window, shoots it out, it's open, now they need to look to push.
Argus deployed, cam ready. Argus ready.
Kotari trying to draw out as much of the utility as possible, but at the moment, a lot of those are being drained up by the ADS devices. Obviously, something that's still all good for Fish Noodle, as I believe the F5 player should still be able to have her position reinforced. For Overt, having the Nomad out of the equation, that's not particularly the best case scenario, but with Bot playing from below, this is huge, and Fish Noodle is still actually keen to keep on contesting her position, albeit on a much more passive angle, given that the Ballistic Shield is now gone.
The one thing we know, Cthulhu, in this competition is that but frags. Diana finds the kill on Ravenna as well. 2 quick players off the board for Overt, and 1 being the hard breacher, 1 being the flank, which leaves it down to Baki, Kotari, and Beans looking for that utility. But Diana still not flushed out of her position right now, and you look at the lines drawn in the sand by her and Repel. Kotari hitting West Main. Baki swings, finally finishes off Fish Noodle. But with 24, I mean, the time is quickly dwindling. Overt, no one really near that bomb site at all. They've got to make some quick work and get in, looking for that plant. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen with Butt on the job. Double for her, 10 seconds in which to do it. Beans, main lobby, the swing, the spray. It's not good enough. It's a triple, and that's the fuser control. Kotari, she can have all the kills she wants. Drops down and will slam, but Chloe answers back and says, "That is my teammate. Eat floor."
Eat dust, eat lead, however you want to call it, but look, yeah, well done. F5 managing to drain the time, borderline textbook alike, and, well, 4th point for themselves. 4 points, as a matter of fact, in a row. On top of it all, we started the whole thing off with Overt being on 3-0.
Yeah,
And
4
now
rounds in a row.
4-3.
Not bad.
Ay. Overt. Mental is looking a little bit chalked there, which is rather unfortunate. And looking at just the way how F5 been playing, maybe they were just waiting for the defensive half. Who knows?
Maybe imagine. You're like, you know what? Yeah, let them have
Let's
a
just
fun
wing
with
it.
the attack. 4 rounds in a
Yeah.
row. Bring it back. Easy as. Quick 2-0.
Imagine if there was
game plan
actually
that Wazoo
written-
would come up with, I would be genuinely concerned.
Yeah, imagine if Wazoo actually has that in the prep book for tonight. Yeah, just mess around on the second map. Give Overt some hope, and then just win it out 4 rounds easy. What do you mean?
Honestly, I think Wazoo's playbook might be just don't worry about it. Easy.
Nah, the only note in Wazoo's notebook will be just wah.
Wow.
I can guarantee you there. Wah.
Well, at the moment, WA seems to be working. 4 rounds in a row for Forsaken Boba. And
I wonder if wah could be a
really.
abbreviation.
We'll
We'll talk about this later.
Yeah,
too
we'll
much of a brain
discuss it.
power for us
Yeah.
at 2 a.m.
Yeah, 2 o'clock in the morning here in New Zealand. Just gone midnight in Eastern Australia.
Yeah.
Overt down by 1. If they equalise after the round, we're probably going to see that punched on through round for round trading right up until the final of regulation and even into overtime potentially. But with the momentum that Forsaken Boba have, the kills they're fine. You got to wonder just how much Overt have left in the tank. It is very draining, especially given how late it is already.
Absolutely, yeah. Question of endurance could slowly start settling in for quite a few players. And the fact that, well, especially for Overt, quite a few players of that roster were introduced only in this season to the competitive scene of Women's League. Fishnoodle, if she swings, she gets the frag. He already instantly falls back from that position without any chances of just trying to refrag.
We are out of here, and she's looking to contest again. Ravenna swinging back. Okay, no, it was Barky to get the kill on a Fishnoodle from that double winter repel. I was wondering why the body movement was so odd there as Fishnoodle died, but good cover, good crossfire being set up here for overtake, but they lose Ravenna. But again, looking to get aggressive. But he's putting in the hard yards. Barky down, but finds it before she herself falls. 3 versus 2, Psycho takes that, but Diffuser Cthulhu, look where it is. That is not a good spot if you are Overt.
Not at all, yeah. Look, for Overt, they are possibly looking to try to retreat it. I mean, half a round still to go, Panda. Like, all of this action happened so rather quick that by this point, Overt, I would imagine they will be quite rather surprised as to what really has happened, what really unraveled. Cortari nearly having her dome piece absolutely shattered by the shots will be able to pull off from the angle, and Psycho, understandably so, feeling a little bit cautious about where does she want to swing in, where she wants to go, because now that there's not a whole lot of drones, we could be seeing a change of the momentum. But with Cortari picking up the frag onto Repel, this does equalize the count, but oh no.
Cortari
Lordy.
down, and yeah.
That's a Luna moment.
The worst bit is, Ravenna did not push that angle. That's where Fishnoodle died on that doorway. No one pushed into bathroom to check if there was any utility there. So that should have been scouted out, but was not able to be. And that has eventually ended up costing Overt a huge portion of Cortari's health. One more toxic canister in play. Depending on where they choose to put it, it could be absolutely huge. Psycho spots one, but it's a toxic canister again, making things hard. Cortari drops a cam. The hatch will open. Coming down to the final 6 seconds, all Forsaken Boba have to do is delay time, play the clock, pushing on in. Diffuse is not there. Actually, no, it is. Psycho gets in. Kotari looking to cover, but wow, it's over. Forsaken 5, Cthulhu, 5 rounds in a row now.
Absolutely just plowing through the opposition. No shots, no chances given, and really, well, 5-pointer. Back to back to back. Bit of a scary moment for Overt as well, given that, look, they started off so well. They've been going at it. I wouldn't even say that it was just so very one-sided. No, well, Overt were able to push this into relatively solid and borderline nearly even terms. I mean, 2v2s, but just unfortunately for them, it's the similar kind of case as how it was starting out for F5 in the first 3 rounds. It's just time management was just very much lackluster, not giving them enough time to get into the side, to start contesting for some of the angles. It's just compounding losses and compounding issues that just don't really help a whole lot to Overt. And now, going into round 9, we could possibly see F5 claim their match point, or as a matter of fact, maybe Overt will finally return back to on their saddle and get back to pushing their own momentum.
Wow, I just watched the replay back. I realized what happened. So, they get the crossfire kill onto Fish Noodle and Bathroom. Ravenna does not push in, she does not check it. Buddha pushes through Bathroom, pulls off the flank through Solarium, and gets those 2 kills. All because Bathroom is not checked or contested. That's unfortunate.
Wow. And it seems like that is kind of a continuous kind of thing that went down for, actually, as a matter of fact, both teams on the attack. Is just not being able to, have the right timing on keeping an eye out on certain flanks. No actual physical flank watch that could have really saved a whole lot of hassle. But again, it is very difficult to read into some of those plays. It's very difficult to, obviously time and think that, hey, we might be having a bit of a nasty surprise unless there's some sort of a flank drone that is being watched nearly consistently. None of that is really possible to really make of. But with Butt out of the equation very early, that is a big advantage for Overt that they need to capitalize on.
It's unfortunate, but not the end of the world. I mean, you look at Fish Noodle, you look at Diana, they're both fragging out reasonably well. You've got Chloe, and you back Chloe in those gunfights, those situations, those clutch moments as an anchor. So that's exactly what you're looking for. But look at this, the call made. Forsaken Boba identified that the aggression is coming from the south. Repel reinforcing Solarium entirely, knowing full well that chances are no one's going to be coming from that direction. Barky with a frag grenade thrown. Bit of damage on Diana, but it's actually Repel who cops the major damage from that frag grenade. And Forsaken 5, I respect the pivot. They just need to keep it going and pick up a win.
Absolutely, with gas grenades are about as well. There has been already a breach that has been sorted and done, so for Overt, really, they just need to walk directly onto side and just get to planting. There's barely any contention from the vertical with Cortari eliminating Fish Noodle. That's another big player out of the equation, so right now Overt have literally all their cards in their favor.
Unfortunately, they also lose Chloe there and Ravenna on the plant. Do we have a Nitro Cell to try and deny? Diana is below. She will find the kill onto Qatari, but at the same time, Repel goes down to the plant there behind the half wall. 4 players alive. 1 for the, the count of Forsaken Boba. Nitro Cell knocking it out of connect. The swing, the spray. Unfortunately, the health disparity enough to allow Barky to win that fight. Not that it would have been much of a challenge to win the rest of the round anyway, given how low Diana was and the numbers disparity. But over, they pick up a win. They keep it within 1. And they're 1 away from tying up as well.
All that progress that F5 were able to gain for themselves, the 5-pointer streak they were able to accumulate could very much be nullified within a moment's notice. Barn Gaming Room is the next choice. For F5, look, they need to make sure that they get themselves on that match point to at least guarantee themselves an overtime should things get dicey for themselves. Because the moment if Overt get back on their own comeback train, for F5, this means that, well, they might just be shut out of their momentum, which could be quite heartbreaking for them, albeit not as fatal as, say, losing this map for Overt.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well,
Bomb
round 10
located
on the
by attackers.
cards. We go back down to bar gaming, which has been a very successful site. And Diana, Cthulhu, she's back at it again.
Diana back at it again. The Capcan plays will be coming about, plus the C4 in the pockets. Could be a really solid self-isolated, loadout. Diana has a solid SMG utility that could really work even post-death, or rather post-mortem. And as well, on top of it all, C4 for the vertical play, especially for a bar and gaming site. If there is an expansion, say, into something like kitchen dining,
Are heading out to defuse a
put it
bomb.
past that this could be very useful, say, but even to be used in tandem with a utility. So honestly, for Diana, this could be a big play. Are you looking at Overt right now? I'm looking at Baki, given that herself and Cortari have been the two big impact players for Overt that could really wreak some havoc. But for Baki, it's been a bit of almost like a linear play. We haven't really seen a lot of play off the back of her Gemini replicators. We haven't really seen a whole lot of frag grenades usage, at least on camera, from her. And it mainly just came down to just her holding down for just those cut-off angles, when the fact that Diana just went down to the hands of Cortari from a very, very cheeky angle that is very borderline impossible to contest. Things are not looking particularly too good for F5 to start things off.
Not the end of the world, obviously, Capcan. You would hope that all the traps are down. So maybe they can make a late round effort off the back of the EDDs. Yes, Dana's been fragging very, very well, but also Button has stepped up over the last couple of rounds. Baki is just going to absolutely eat one of those EDDs. Without a finger in play, no more health coming back to her, so she's going to be in a risky spot coming into later round. And you'd hope that they check a couple more doorways along the way.
One would hope, but usually that's where Capcan would thrive as well. The utility drain is coming about. Cortari still gets to stay alive from the very same angle, gets the better of Repel as well, which does put this into an even bigger player disadvantage with Buck going as well. It's all down to Chloe and Fishnoodle. The whole F5 roster is just falling apart, and, well, for Overt, this is a perfect case scenario really here.
Qatari is just insane. Fishnoodle did a couple bit of damage all the way from dining. Still holding that position on the landing. Unfortunately, presents herself to Beans once again. The swing, Chloe looking to get aggressive in a 1 versus 5. Honestly, the hope here, the dream, is to at least just deny a flawless. The phase should be heard.
no.
And unfortunately, prevent it in behind. The swing, the kill on a Psycho. It is traded. It does deny the flawless, but unfortunately, off the back of that Forsaken Boba, it allows Overt to equalize, and that is not at all how they'd hoped that would have gone.
Yeah, this is by far one of the worst case scenarios here, really, for F5. The moment they started ramping up their own momentum, it seems like the fuel just ran out so far. So they're looking to try to maybe refuel. Again, still waiting for any kind of tech pause to be called in or any of that, but unfortunately, none of that is being called. As a matter of fact, from either one of the camps, maybe it's just the kind of the style that both the teams are looking to adapt. Kitchen and dining, though, is going to be the next choice, and usually this side is kind of, at least between the two of us, we've kind of pronounced it as like the side that is borderline impossible to take if you have a really solid setup. We've barely seen really attack to win out on this very side, so wouldn't put it past that this would be that lifeline for F5 to really take up, given their previous successes on this side. So quite possibly this is where they could make a return. If Overt do push this into map point, though, on the contrary, I think we might just be seeing another 7-5 to be traded out, with just both teams just taking their opponent's map picks.
That would then lead us on to Bank, of course. The decider on a rarely seen map here in the women's league. 5-5 in the 11th round. Qatari, that last round was decisively hers. You gotta, a lot of it came off Forsaken Boba misplaying their positioning and giving them those opportunities.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Certainly so, but yeah, look, so far a bit of a stalled out moment for F5, which has been really well played out by Over to try to emphasize their own plays, their own momentum, and force that. I do have to say, Cortari has been key in being able to generate those openers. As funny as it is, all of the operators like Iana or Zoff were not the entry fraggers or the big openers for that momentum. Instead, it was the Sledge Cortari, who's usually seen to be kind of as a secondary entry, but instead she's the one who's been the big impact fragger for the past 2-3 rounds, and that is something that has been working out really, really well. Now, going into this round 11, obviously we are going full regulation of the rounds, and for Overt, they need to make sure that they, again, eliminate those key players like Diana, like Fishnoodle, like Bud, deconstruct this whole play as much as possible to leave some of those operators out of the equation. But with Diana getting the better of Ravenna, that's your hard breacher out of the equation. Well, one of them. Psycho is the last one standing, and she should be able to still do the job perfectly well, but now it's up to Diana to actually keep on sneaking around, keep on roaming and finding those impact frags.
That's the one. Diana's proved herself incredibly capable. Psycho looking to bait those X-Kairos just a little bit. Not going to spot the swing, unfortunately, and it also backfires just a wee bit now that she has an extra angle she has to worry about being contested from, potentially. Fishnoodle running the proximity alarm, wasn't able to deny the X-Kairos. The Gemini replicator end's going to be spotted, the crossfire there to shut it down. Fishnoodle, I mean, realistically, still in a pretty solid spot.
Oh yeah, 100%. Fishnoodle could still do quite a lot of things from her position. She just needs to make sure that she accounts for the crouched operator, but completely misses out on that opportunity. And right now, Overt are the ones to start deconstructing things.
Quick frags going the way of Overt. 3 of them, in fact. Fishnoodle not confirmed yet, but on the ground, which, I mean, at this stage in this round basically means that it's going to be a confirmed kill. And yeah, there we go. Overt dropping down into the site. What coverage is there? Repel for 1 before being traded. Clover, the toxic canisters deep into dining. Could delay that push in and mean they have to go to the side dining door. Pushing in. Unfortunately caught sprinting. Overt will win the round and claim map point first.
Well then, Overt busting out their own comeback here. Given that so many things were initially shown and so much promise within F5's performance on their own map pick has been shown, now it's all been completely nullified. Instead, it's Overt now on the match point, looking to push this into map 3, into Bank, looking to nullify F5's progress, which, again, the question of endurance will be coming in. I mean, we're already seeing it, at least in the chat, Overt players starting to, you know, have a little bit of an annoyance over the fact that they're not getting any sleep and whatnot. But look, I think we're all in the same boat here, including the production crew. So at the moment, it is, looking to be a very tense last few rounds, given the fact that now it's F5 technically on a game of sudden death, albeit not out of this yet, but certainly looking to bring in that late upset.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, match point on the horizon. Well, we head down to basement 2, Forsaken 5. Taking an interesting approach in a site that is rarely seen, given that it can be one that quickly spirals out of control for defending teams, but Forsaken Boba, I think they've got a few options remaining to them. You go for the wild card play, see if it works, and then go to OT and potentially pick things up there. But right now, though, Overt might just push us to Bank.
Sure is. Bank could certainly be an interesting prospect for both of these teams, but curious what is happening within the F5 camp, given just how well things started for them in the mid-match of Chalet, and all of a sudden things are looking just very dire. Already Diana is tagged up to all hell, being forced out of her position, needs to fall back. There's no Thunderbird available either, so can't really heal back up. So right now needs to just keep on falling back, keep on pushing back, needs to make sure to avoid the crossfires. Could have ran into the sights of Hibana, I believe, who was in the garage, but all of this so scrappy right now from F5.
Diana, that was bold. I can't say whether or not it was smart, but it was bold. We'll leave it at that. carrying on.
Attackers recovered
The round's still well and truly underway, and Overt riding the momentum right now, looking to push on to a round victory. Down in the basement, Forsaken Boba look to hunker down and withstand the onslaught.
Really is. Beans looking to find her own opening here to swing over and on over. Ravenna has a phenomenal angle to really hold to just slow things down even more. C4 comes about, the stun grenades are there. Finally, though, the frag grenade does get the better of the bandit batteries, and Butt is looking to try to ban the trick, but that is going to be a very dangerous task given the fact that Ravenna is holding a nice solid just pixel angle, and no, the bandit batteries actually works out. I had to forget to
Oh
frag.
my god.
Jeez.
All right, Butt, calm down. 600 frags, and well, all of a sudden, Butt is just popping off out of your mind. Beans tagged heavy as well. And this limited utility to try and clear things out could definitely spell disaster for Overt. Jiggling around Beans tag heavy. Gemini to go in. Psycho has opened up an angle at the site. Kotari playing the off angle, looking to push on in. Diana somehow still alive, having to test the top fireplace. Chloe there. 2 toxic canisters in play. If she can just stall a little bit longer, Psycho sprayed at Butt and Fish Noodle looking to deter. But the biggest problem has to be Kotari. We saw her in off position. She might find a late round flank and cut down the defenders here. Where is she coming from is the big question. You see 4 defenders. It's going to be the fireplace push. Does anyone know? Is anyone watching? Player in blue. Player on the rotate. And it will be Diana to fall. So now they have to know. Player watching blue stairs as well. The swing Psycho for a second. Beans for a third. It's all coming apart. And with 15 seconds to play, Repel pushing down West Main stairs. Has to try and stop the plant from being secured. Is not going to see it. Too many players. And Overt somehow recover and will be pushing us to a decider.
I can tell you how they've done it. Shout out to Cortari. She was the one who spearheaded the push. She was the one that dislodged and forced F5 to get into a very scrappy position where they needed to start rotating, where they needed to start the to switch their locations, and all up until that point, Overt were looking extremely dire. No chances were given whatsoever to Forsaken Boba, and now going into Bank, momentum and mental chalked beyond all recognition.
Back-to-back 7-5s, Cthulhu going both ways in our first 2 maps, and the slate will be wiped clean going into our decider. Honestly, at this stage, with Overt bouncing back, that again, it's 50-50. Coin toss competition. It comes down to who has prepped the most coming into this matchup. Yeah,
look, it definitely feels a bit odd given the fact that we have switched things around for the maps, given the fact that 2 teams just traded their opponent's map picks, which rather feels quite odd. But in saying all that, well, we still have one more map, which will be putting both now teams into the game of a sudden death, where each and every round, each and every frag will pretty much matter the most. And this is going to be the final map. Is going to be, well, be the decider who goes into the grand finals, who goes into only the contention for the 3rd place.
Up after the break, we'll have a look at map 2 and then move on into Bank, the decider to see who finds himself alongside the Warriors in the grand finals. We'll be back soon.
moved on like I'm about to. Cause you don't really mean that. Cause you don't really need that.
Well, Cthulhu, we went to Chalet. We were hoping things would cool down a little bit. Unfortunately, they fired up. We're ready to go into a decider map here. It's Bank on the cards next. But before we get there, we'll take a look at the numbers from Chalet and see how the whole thing played out in terms of the algorithm. Here we go. Map breakdown in Cthulhu. Mikotari, again, stand-up player. Baki there beside her. Really helped to pull Overt to the victory here.
Yeah, look, the whole Overt managed to get themselves back into the play, back into the fray, and the whole Chalet was honestly a bit of a weird one. And so we started off with a 3-0 scoreline from Overt, 3 rounds in a row, then a 5-pointer from F5, and then from there on, it seems like maybe the fatigue got the best of them, and 4 rounds in a row by Overt to wrap it all up. Well, concluded everything in the regular round, 7-5, similar scoreline to Cafe Dostoevsky, but don't be fooled, this is the map 2 breakdown. And yeah, Chalet definitely look, despite being the map pick of F5, ended up going quite dominantly in the hands of Overt off the back of, yeah, like you said, off the back of Cortari's very, very big impact frags in the last 4 rounds. So in saying that, Bank is upon us.
Going into the final map that is Cider, a map that hasn't seen as much play in this competition. Bank, the newest in the pool. And again, it's an interesting one. It allows you some freedom, some aggression. There's this strategic element that you need to be bringing. The teams are ready. Cthulhu, why waste any more time? Let's get that map flyover going. It's Bank on the cards. A little. Are you not ready?
Not ready. Pardon me. Excuse me. Yeah, well, look, almost there, almost ready. But it does give us a bit of a
It's also almost
moment.
3 o'clock in the morning here. Just say it's like, who goes to the bank at 3 o'clock in the morning? I'm sorry. I know.
Overt and F5 do.
I know we're going to Los Angeles, but surely you don't have a bank that's open at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's just.
Look,
insanity.
I mean, I've seen weirder things, so trust me, we will get to keep on going with all of these shenanigans. But look, honestly, I'm just excited to see what could be done, given the fact that now it seems like Overt are also fired up. We've seen them start adapting a little bit more serious approaches, a little bit more careful approach with their attack, with Cortari being the one to try to find her own kind of side openings, not really pushing with the rest of the team, which did work out so far extremely well to be able to find those openings to divert the attention of F5 to something completely different and force the chaos into their ranks. It helps a whole lot, given the fact that, by the way, for everyone who were talking about the double mics, that shout out to you.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
You've upset him now, gentlemen. Ladies,
Oh, yeah.
Everyone in Twitch chat, how could you?
Yeah, how could you?
I know
But anyways,
he might be a Transformer, but he's turning into a Decepticon.
Yeah, regardless of whether I'll be picking the good or the bad side, Bank should be a really solid map.
We've just been told he's actually ready now. So we've got about 15 seconds, apparently, before we get on to the map. Cthulhu, the new revitalized Bank coming into play. A lot of repel game, a lot of deep roam game available for both these teams. Where do you reckon we're heading first in terms of bomb sites?
I'm feeling like a bit of a cheeky Locker's CCTV room to happen, really, from the defense of F5. Good luck and funds coming out. I'm assuming Thatcher and Jackal will be once again very stable bands here between F5 and Overt. On the side of defense, I'm assuming it's going to be Cade and either Mirror or maybe Valkyrie.
Well, there you go.
Thatcher's already banned out. Yeah, Thatcher's gone. Jackal is up next, and I will be very much surprised if we are going to be seeing anything else, something like across the lines of like a Sledge or Fink maybe, but again, Jackal seems to be way too big of a priority. No, neither of those, as a matter of fact. Instead, it's going to be a Hibana.
Interesting. So similar approach to what we expect out of like the likes of Clubhouse. There are a lot of hatches on this map, so you can understand it. Whether or not we see Cade banned out, though, is the interesting one. If we see Cade let through, things get very, very interesting. No. Okay, Overt banning out both Hibana and the Cade here, which leaves Forsaken 5, who start on the defense with options. Do they ban Valkyrie? Do they ban Mirror? Do they ban Wemai? It will be on them to make that call. They can only ban the one, and it's going to be a Mirror.
Yeah, okay. So Mirror here is actually going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. given the fact that she opens up a lot, and I mean a lot of safe ground for the defense to really hold back around with the way how the defense could really, play around those mirror windows could be absolutely painful. And for F5, they acknowledge obviously that could be a bit of a shot in the foot. Plus, well, I mean, so far you look at their bans, it's been consistently Thatcher plus one of the either Womai or a mirror. So for F5, it's partially they just want to lead into the comfort zone where they don't have to deal with the likes of mirror and Thatcher. Partially it's just part of the meta. They just, yeah, why divert from the original plan? So in saying that, with Hibana and Cade also out of the equation, this will make the hard breaching game far easier, but also quite difficult because, well, no more you have those remote bans like one would usually be used to. And on top of that, you still have a plethora of operators that could do it, including the secondary hard breach charges. We've seen actually Warriors back in OCL completely neglect the general hard breaching role and instead bring like 3 or 4 operators with the secondary hard breach devices that could really actually, you look at Bang, you could go for a whole lot of min-maxing with those operators and just bring in the secondary hard breach charges to just, so that everyone borderline could, open up in their due time.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, with Cade banned out, it makes a lot of sense, and I mean, it opens, some variety, some extra options coming into this matchup. But, I mean, you look at the defense, Basement on the cards, Vigil, Jaeger, Ella, Valkyrie, and Smoke. So info gathering, plant denial, and the skilled cannon, of course. I would hope that Chloe's playing the FO12, given how her prowess with shotguns, and saying that Scorpion Evo pretty lethal at the moment too.
Oh yeah, Scorpion is a laser beam of death. Honestly,
But
with the way how current.
The FO12.
Okay. Right, FO12 in hands certainly could do quite a lot of damage, but it will be an emphasis to play for either those very close quarters angles or just waiting for the offense to actually go in for the full push. Full send actually through the vault hatch could also happen, which could turn out to be quite rather deadly. Well, as to for who could it be deadly, I'll leave that to the audience.
Leave it to the players. They're the ones
I
who
leave it to
make
the
it
players
happen.
as well. Audience are going to be the ones to bag out the opponents.
Fish Noodle spotting that initial aggression, and you'd have to imagine that is going to be communicated. So they know, with Vault Hatch being soft, that there is a high likelihood we could see Overt just full send it through the hatch down into the side. And I mean, that adaptation being made, being able to pivot and try and read into the Vault drop, that could be big.
Absolutely. Could be rather quite a large possibility for that. Quick rotation of the utility, interestingly enough, fully mobilizing all of the things that were allocated to the surface stairs. F5 are looking to try to just overturn things around and try to play for that very breach, which Overt so far looking to emphasize the most of it, because again, not even from the Overt side we really seen any kind of presence on the eastern side, and it doesn't look like there's any intention to even go for that.
Like mum and dad getting up, ready to go on vacation, so they decide to leave a little bit earlier in the morning. Grab your stuff, kids, we've got to move. Fish Noodle finds the headshot onto Beans. No more Zofia, limited utility clear, but I think at this position, Fish Noodle will have to forsake her life, but for one, Fish Noodle does get traded back. It will come at the cost of some damage to Psycho, but I'm pretty sure that Fish Noodle knew her life was forfeit. Chloe going down, no more skill cannon, unfortunately, for the remainder of the round. And it is going to be that server push. Do they know Butt's here? No, they don't. They have no idea. Butt could well and truly do some damage. One!
Solid job by Butt, though. Solid job by Butt to stay alive for as long as she could, finding that perfect timing to deny at least some further advancement for the brief moment and draining the time even further. Now, something that is a bit concerning is, well, I'm gonna say this as the fact that I have the assumption that Fish Noodle had just plenty of time to see that she was about to be swung by the Maverick. She saw the body, there wasn't even a single bit of pre-fire, so no, barely any reaction. I'm assuming maybe it's the fatigue starting to settle in. Maybe it was the actual server just laying in on her, and she it didn't even register that Maverick peaked. There could be a plethora of things happening, but maybe a question of sleepiness, fatigue, tiredness, however you want to call it, starting to creep in, despite the fact that F5 did manage to come about with a win. Certain hints
Attackers need to locate
at
and defuse the
longer lasting issues could be starting to seep through. Same could be said for Overt, albeit for them, it was just more so a matter of, unfortunately for them, poor time management, plus the lack of drone game, really.
Well, I just don't know how Butt was able to get away with it, even though she did go down in the end. Not only did she outright kill Psycho, but took Cortari down to a single point of health,
10 seconds to go.
which is enough to deter her from covering the plant. There was only so much she could do, knowing that toxic canisters were in play. One whiff and it would have been her death. And well, Forsaken 5, we hit at the CEO, which, I mean, again, an interesting site which provides its own unique interactions. Cortari not playing the Blackbeard this time. This would have been prime territory for her to bring that into play.
Yeah, Blackbeard could have been big, but again, something that could be another point of question. So far, just Cortari on Sledge has been having a bit more of a versatile package. I mean, yes, Blackbeard is good with the ballistic shield, but nowadays ballistic shield shatters in 1 or 2 shots, and in a single spray, pretty much Blackbeard could still die to just a few more shots to the head. So, honestly, it's a good idea on paper. In actual execution for Overt and for Cortari specifically, Sledge just makes a whole lot more sense.
Located.
Well, this time again, main push comes the way of ATMs. They want to clear things out where they can. But again, we've seen the power of that long hallway up the second floor, just above loan office. You reinforce that wall, you can't quite cover the angle. It looks like the stream has gone down. I don't know what is happening. We are waiting on confirmation. I have no idea. Apparently the stream's gone down. Whatever the case may be, Cthulhu, we're here, round number 2, halfway done already. And Forsaken 5 and Overt have yet to meet each other. I don't know.
Bomb diffuser
It's all a
has
mess.
been
Fish Noodle for one, Ravenna taken out of the equation. Fish Noodle somehow still alive now, taken out by Baki from above.
Well, Baki certainly being able to get a quick cheeky trade-off is
Attackers
keeping
recovered the bomb diffuser.
the hopes of Overt nice and alive, but Bot just is a little bit built better with a UMP-45, does down Bean, so that is so far looking pretty good. Overt still have the ability to bring it back, push it into their favor.
Chloe down as well, but at the same time, Bean's out of the equation. But can she get Chloe up? That's the big question. Tucked in behind the couch, they might be able to make something happen. Chloe's going to traverse a long way, get in behind the reinforcements so they can get her up. They might just be able to do it, but no. But falls Chloe finished up as well. Baki in a single spray finds 3 kills. Cortari and Beans tag back just a little bit. Rappel is going to have to hold on big. Unfortunately, they lose Diana in that same engagement. Rappel on a bit of a flank. Might find the swing, but no. Psycho covering the cross. Overt equalize.
Well. Back to trading the points back and forth. Looking to make it so that, well, F5 and Overt will be back at playing kind of the game of tennis with those points. Certainly looking to bring back the blues of the first map, that was Cafe Dostoyevsky, where we seen pretty much the round trades back and forth up until, I believe, round 9. And, well, so far so good. Both teams' dreams are still staying alive and still looking good.
Round 3, they're going to be going back to it. Honestly, the contest
Attackers need
here.
to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Forsaken 5, obviously identifying some of the issues that they had in that round. The Yokai drone Echo coming into play. I'm going to rate it. We've seen big stuff out of the Echo.
Yeah. No, yeah, big stuff out of the Echo. A lot of information, being able to deny the plant last moment. With the way how F5 were able to execute their way, at least back on the lockers in CCTV room. Sorry, my brain had a bit of a lag there.
I'm
We
right
could
there with you,
certainly
dude.
see,
We're about
yeah,
7 minutes away from 3 o'clock in the morning.
we could certainly see a play for time and the Echo to actually come in big clutch. Diana been able to perform quite a few solid plays, but mainly at least back in Cafe, we've seen Chloe actually pick up the mantle of the Echo.
Chloe on the smoke, though. She's very capable in that operator as well. The FMG9 on top of it all, so a slightly more aggressive smoke than we traditionally see. Cortari vibes coming strong. Honestly, it's just a question of what does Forsaken 5 do here to establish a lead, because that is the biggest question. Overt, Forsaken 5 both. They want to be able to establish that lead and keep a hold of it, and with Chloe going down immediately to Psycho, that is not how you want to start. That is an absolutely magnificent angle.
Psycho keeping up with the rest of the team, just pushing it to the maximum, trying to keep up the play, but Bud does return the fire back. That's Baki out of the equation, meaning that's your Iana. That's the set of the grenades out of the equation, and Fish Noodle still also tries to contest from a very dangerous position as her spot is being locked away, so much damage being dealt to Ravenna. Well, I say so much, it's still only, I don't know, probably about 20 HP that's been chipped away, but still it does force Overt players to be a little bit more cautious, a little bit more slower on the approach, which could actually play very well into F5's whole idea of playing for time.
That long second floor corridor now opened up Fish Noodle's position. Well, can she really go anywhere? I don't think so. She was kind of locked into that position for now, so long as someone is covering that angle. Stun grenades in. More utility, but Fish Noodle tucked into the corner. The Selma charge may have been a bit of an underarm, and Diana for the swing onto Beans absolutely obliterated. Little do they know that Fish Noodle as well is covering that cross. There we go, Ravenna to fall. They spot Psycho down on the first floor, just tucked in by Tellers. 2 players in which to make it happen. One of them being Cortari, though. That could be the deciding factor. Never mind. Psycho's dead. Bud is hungry for kills.
Yeah, Bud got a little bit angry from the past few rounds and decided, you know what, I'll take the matters into my own hands. Decided to frag out with UMP-45 and absolutely just decimated so far the opposition. 1v4, 30 seconds to go for Cortari. She could go for a few extra frags, or even try to maybe ramp up a few more cheeky frags for the stats, but apart from that, it is pretty much a done deal. F5 looking to score themselves their second point, and from there on, look, things are certainly looking quite solid to continue those trades between the two teams.
Rappel hits the kill. Kotari goes slamming on into the wall of the stairs. And it will be a second round there for Forsaken 5. Again, this momentum, nothing significant, because it is those brief moments. It's so close into how things are trading out. Yes, it was a 4-1 by the end of that last round, but there's these moments in the round that could go either way.
Dude, well, Locus's TV room is going to be coming about, though. For F5's round 4 defense, they've done a pretty solid job previously, so we'll be looking to possibly see F5 repeat their success from back in round number 1. They are introducing a Chanka into the fray as well, which could be quite an interesting turnout, plus the Pulse, which usually, at least within the old bank meta, was playing in the gold vault, so it would be interesting to see what Diana will be able to do. Apart from that, the rest of the lineup is still looking relatively solid, quite conventional, nothing too out of left field. Even nowadays, the new reworked, well, quote-unquote new Chanka, new reworked Chanka could really help in tandem with Chloe's smoke.
10 seconds remaining.
I would also like to point out, this will be the last time,
5 seconds.
and I imagine this probably applies to you as well, the last time I was casting
Attackers'
at
objective
this
is to locate a
time
bomb and defuse it.
was when I was covering European Siege. And that was
I mean, we were looking
almost-
at doing Russian Major League coverage as well at some point, so I suppose that's our
looking
prep.
at, we're still looking at it maybe a little bit, but I mean, it's been almost a year since I casted this late into the evening. That's a bit wild, Diana. First one spotted as she gets a bit aggressive in towards the electrical. Barky there to spot her, but unfortunately no more shots connect, so she will remain in the round. Looking for info, Beans as well on the hunt, but I would imagine if Diana was smart, and she is. She tends to be a very smart player in this competition. She's opted back into the site itself.
Oh. So far, it looks to be like could be possibly seeing Vert go for a full send. Atari making full use of those Argus cameras, looking out around between two walls. Meanwhile, the Zafia of Beans testing out how much of a sound does the knife make in the air. And apart from that, well, there's the secondary hardbridge device coming about. Vert are now starting to finally, well, min-max with having a backup in form of Psycho on the ace.
Hedges taken care of as we enter the second half of the round here, in round number 4, clearing out shields, clearing out utility, whatever they can find to make that plant easier to secure. But there's still denial in place, not just the smoke stun, but there's a chunk in the hands of Rappel as well. So not just toxic canisters, but Shamika grenades that will be raining hellfire on anyone unfortunate. You look at the angle that Rappel has, Fish Noodle tagged, but that Shamika angle is going to be impossible to deny.
Yeah, because that one actually is lined up to be able to bounce on over exactly to that breach. So perfect lineup for Rappel, and she has another.
She's got enough to
12.
deny the rest of the round.
Pretty much, yeah. So she could actually do a whole lot of things, which will force Vert to actually just push in directly into the site, deeper into it, which would actually help them quite a lot.
It's going to have to come off the hatches. Drone does spot Butt sitting just inside the garage. They're going to have to force through hatches because the Shamika launches will last long enough to deny the push in through server. That is incredibly well calculated here by Forsaken 5.
And there's still 3 gas grenades as well on top of it all, so this is going to be absolutely difficult. So push through the main stairs, and it is.
Honestly, the game might be played for time, but 2 quick frags equal a very, very chaotic end of the round. In fact, the third there is Barky looking to plant Shamika into toxic canisters. It's just a barbecue, and Qatari unfortunately cannot make the miracles happen on her own. Chloe with the swing back towards the vault hatch, absolutely obliterated. And I mean, look, Barky desperately trying to plant Shamika grenade launchers, toxic canister launchers. Oh boy, that one's gonna hurt.
I guess whoever got toasted there by the Shamika launcher got to feel just about as much of a pain as you now have with being sunburned.
Wow, I go outside once. I go outside once and I get sunburnt, and I'm never going to hear the end of it. This is why gamers stay inside. I've got a window. That's all the sunlight I need.
Look. At least, just have some happiness that you got to touch grass.
I wish I didn't. The sunburn is worse than touching grass. Oh, it hurts. It hurts right now. It hurts. It is not fun. I do not recommend it. Going outside is dangerous.
Slap some aloe vera in there.
I've got the
It'll be
spray
fine.
in the next room. I've just been going. Honestly, I've almost used half a bottle today since I got home.
Go use another half bottle.
That's the plan. Honestly, like if I had a bath, I would be pouring it in the bathtub and just lying there. But I can't. We don't have that option.
Cold showers.
We've got that's
cold bath.
honestly there is a whole routine that is going to happen. Cold shower, aloe vera, moisturizer, and then try and get some sleep. No, we don't have a bath, Alex. We can't do a bath stream.
I have a bath.
Cthulhu bath streams. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. I have to
Once
settle.
Once restrictions low, I'll go join it. It's fine. Whatever. Yeah, we'll make it work. But right now, we can't.
We'll have a full studio set up just for a bath stream.
Bath casts. Let's go.
Bath casts. I've actually been looking into buying some of those Elgato, stream lights as well. So perhaps. Imagine hit us up on Twitter though, at Cthulhu ANZ and at Blue Panda _cast as well. If you have any more ideas for the Bath stream.
We'll just do a New Zealand summer stream, get the barbecue going, get the pool out in the backyard. Just
Right,
go,
don't tempt me with a good time, please.
a couple of community matches, casting outside, ruining the neighbours' summer. It's all coming together. Absolutely love the plan. But right now in the round, Forsaken 5, Archives Tellers, which is a site we have yet to see. Not only that, but we see the Thunderbird and the Warden and the Frost in play. And a Nook and a Ying as well.
Oh, very nice. Quite a lot of things coming about. Quite a lot of things happening. Interestingly enough, well, open area is going to be quite the expansion for F5. By the way, Owen been quite disappointed that Pulse had no shotgun. What is Waz coaching is the main comment there, so shout out to Waz for not bringing in the shotgun.
Why would you shout him out for failing to do something he's known for?
Look, I'll shout everyone out even for their losses
Or are you shouting him
and
out
mistakes.
for Breaking Bad habits? Is that what you're
And
shouting
Breaking
about?
Bad, well, technically yes, Breaking Bad habits. Yeah, look, getting off the floor is always, it's nice. Keeps your face not dusty, and just allows you to be a little bit more, mobile.
Well,
Speaking of mobile, yeah.
Yeah, might not be an issue here as the frag grenades, the utility being thrown out by Overt, not really finding much of anything. Plus, paired with the Kona stations, Forsaken 5 looking very healthy. Chloe might not be. Repel finds a kill, but it's traded back by Beans. Chloe had no idea what just happened as a teammate fell, but finds the kill on the Qatari. Gemini deep into Archives finds some information, but that's all it is, information. That quickly can be changed, but looking to find some Kona stations of her own. Beans pushing in from the backside. Here, Cthulhu will be given away by the metal detective, but she still might be able to make a play.
Absolutely. Still has the ability to use the Hell device that should be able to mask majority of her movements, but at the moment it's more so just about the being able to have some sort of presence around that double door. There's the swing that comes about. There's the secondary hard breach that now that and will separate Diana and Chloe now being left in a bit of a scary situation.
But recovers all that health only for it to be lost, and well, 2 quick frags before Beans can answer back. I don't even think she quite knew what happened there. She just reactively swung, and speaking of react, how is Diana alive to swing back there? She lived on a point of health. I don't know if the Kona station may have been involved or not, but the SFG-12 comes out and they find the kill. Oh boy, Forsaken 5 are really ramping it up here. A 4-1 lead on Bank.
5 getting a bit of a revenge, getting a little bit more serious now that unfortunately for themselves they lost their own map pick. And honestly, look, can't be mad. So far their performance been just improving more and more, and whereas for Overt, unfortunately, just things been not looking too well, getting caught in those crossfires, getting caught in just unfortunate times, and things just not generally looking too well for Overt.
Well, I'm going to say well a lot because I'm slowly dying, and honestly, it is getting to the point where I've been awake for, what, I was awake. I've been up for 19 hours, so we're hitting territory that we shouldn't be hitting in this situation. But right now, as we look to carry on through, push on through, power on through, I'll be here as long as the girls are. Forsaken 5, 1 round away from ending with a 5-1 half, and the momentum they have generated. It's pretty strong.
Pretty strong indeed. Curious what would be coming out of this round, because if F5 make this a 5-1 scoreline, they will and truly entrenched in their own momentum. They're looking very solid. Turn on their form. That's the word that I was looking for. Bilingual moment. And apart from that,
surely cheeky 3 a.m. Russian cast for a round, yeah?
I mean, if the chat wants it, type 1 if you want to see it, and I'll do it. If Alex can allow me as well.
I don't think chat speaks Russian, so it's not like they can say niet.
Good point.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Give us 30 seconds.
30 seconds to go. Окей. Паки пошла на главный стейрс, пытается найти какую-то информацию, но пока что ничего не выходит из этого. Бинз на подходе, Картария открывается на Диану, и пока что Аверт начинает наращивать свои моменты и наращивать какой-то свой пуш, но пока что это все очень крайне тихо и 4-5. 4v5.
Easy. Could not have said it any better myself. Well, actually, give me 12 months. We'll see if I can say it better myself.
Yeah.
Well, look, right now, a minute gone, Diana dead.
Attackers have located a
4
bomb.
vs 5 is still doable. 4v5 is always doable. We found that out quite a number of times here in the Women's League, but 3v5 less doable. 2v5 even less so once again. Minute 38, and we've already seen 3 players die from Forsaken 5.
Bomb
Look,
located by attackers.
you've got the toxic canisters, you've got Chloe. I mean, Repel and Chloe can clutch up at the best times. 1-2, almost 2. But Repel will go down. Chloe's going to have to try and swing, make a play. Unfortunately, sprays there. Chloe, overwhelmed, outnumbered, and the upside down Repel from Cortari to shut it down. 4-2 half, still doable.
4-2 half is certainly very much workable still for Overt. Going into all of this, they now get to start things off on the defense now. I'm quite conflicted here, Panda. So, if I'm trying to judge F5's attack, well, trying to predict F5's attack here on Bank, do we look back at the cafe, where they were absolutely dominating and able to actually convert their momentum really, really well, or do we judge this by how they've done in the on the chalet? Because chalet means that we'll probably end up equalizing the round count really, really well, and it gonna end up being something across the lines of a 4-2, 4-2 halves and us going into overtime, or is it going to be just a clean shutdown from F5 and make this something across the lines of a 7-3, 7-4?
Well, honestly, it's anyone's guess at this stage. You're playing after midnight, if not all, I think, of these players. So fatigue, it's not even serious fatigue. It's just generic. It's just generic brand fatigue. Not name brand. We couldn't afford name brand fatigue. We just got the generic stuff.
10 seconds remaining.
The wheat biscuits of fatigue, if you will. Going into the second half, Forsaken 5 on the attack. Their attack has been alright. It has not been underwhelming. Kutari, though, on the rook. Looking to be aggressive. It's not, you can do a lot more on Bank. But if you find yourself punished for it, attackers, honestly, they can gain a lot of freedom.
Absolutely. Already Cortari opens up into Repel. That is yet another quite unfortunate moment, and oh man, just rather sad. Just the whole matchup for Repel just being shut down left, right, and center.
Attackers have
Oh
located a
dear.
bomb.
Cat only now catching up to the Russian cast.
But, no, he's going to answer back. That's Kotari down. They lose Buck for Kotari. I mean, honestly, you almost take that. Unfortunately, yeah, it means you're limited on that vertical play with the skeleton key, but taking Kotari out is always going to be a key part of that puzzle. And, again, I mean, Chet just caught up. None of them said yet, so they were all for it.
Exactly. In a similar position, though.
There's a couple other words that got said, but we won't talk about those.
Look, the well, not even TOS, just family show, really, at the moment. But honestly, the moment for Overt, this is a very similar situation as to back in the previous round, where it's just that it's an attempt to go in for the push, and right now, cheeky frag grenade flying in, Granata pashla, but it doesn't go far, really, so Beans gets to stick around for a little bit longer here.
The only thing that is better than Granata Bushla is, well, the Spider-Man play, but upside down repel through the skylight in main lobby. At least that's what it looked like she was. I think she's going to be trying to contest that long second floor hallway. If Overt do have that information, you see Diana there, I believe, but is inside, upside down repelling. Oh, Beans Absolutely ate it with that frag grenade. That is huge. Yeah, butts exactly where I thought she was. Upside down rappel. Sending the concussion through. They're going to try and confirm. But you look at the crossfires. There's 47 seconds remaining. Cthulhu. 4 players to 3 active on overt.
Reactor forward, nobody to recover beans as well, so she is just serving as just a live drone that is crippled beyond all recognition. Fishnell finally finishes her off, which does open up yet another avenue for F5 to fully go in for the push. Nobody's yet peeking, so Fishnell might just have the fully just free real estate right now to swing onto the Jaeger.
Time is dwindling here. The nano boost comes through, and oh my lord, Barky somehow lines up 2. Mouse 1 not going quite hard enough. Chloe brings it back to 2 versus 2, but at the cost of Butt. It's all slipping away here. Forsaken 5. Chloe has to play the frags. Can't. There's a reinforcement in the way. She could have picked herself up. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter when there's shotgun train on you. And once again, in the right spot, in the prime position to pick up a round win. Unfortunately, it can't be transferred into that winning position.
Yeah, look, rather quite unfortunate from F5. Sorry, Nuttery wants a full Russian cast. Should we do it, Alex? Can I get your?
I will okay it. Forget Alex. A full Russian round. Cthulhu on the mic. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, right.
Cthulhu, this one's yours.
Bet. Окей. Ну, 8-й раунд у нас на подходе. И еще несколько раундов для Overt надо для того, чтобы найти какую-то выше позицию над F5. Для F5 у них, в принципе, довольно неплохой пуш вышел. Все довольно гладко шло до того момента, пока они не решили выходить прямиком на сайт. И там, конечно же, словили по бубну от Баки. 8-й раунд на подходе, у нас есть TV Lockers, и, в принципе, Overt приносит довольно стандартный набор утилиты. Мьют у них на пике, Фомай на пике, смоук для закрытия раунда. И, так, чтобы не сильно особо скучно было, принесли еще и Виджела и Алибай. Вот. И как бы для начала раунда Роум от 2 людей, это Куртари и Бинз, будут пытаться находить какую-то игру по времени, пытаться заденаить какой-то пуш, и оттуда уже как бы дальше будет производиться движение для Overt. У них все, в принципе, у них все должно быть, в принципе, на мази, в плане того, что они должны ждать, пока все будут на подходе, но Пинс на этом же подходе просто изничтожает бедную Рапел, которая до сих пор не может вообще оклематься еще с первой карты. Клои трейдает ее тоже спокойно 1 в 1, и еще с наличием 2 минут на часах. В принципе, F5 могут спокойно еще продолжать свой пуш, но они не знают про присутствие в офисе. И как бы камера должна это подтвердить. Префайр через стену пытается что-то найти, но пока что ничего. Понимание есть того, что есть еще один человек наверху. Клоуи пытается найти какой-то еще один фраг, но Диана вместо этого находит Картарий. Вот 2 ромера как бы в минусе. Попытка теперь от Overt держать пассивные углы. Видно, что все трое они разделены на очень, кстати говоря, довольно длинные углы в плане того, что, не получится найти какого-то рефрага. И с этим как бы пониманием F5 должны сейчас утилизировать вот этот вот экстра небольшой буфер времени, задронить и дальше уже пойти на пуш. Изоляция этих всех перестрелок должна быть на месте, и они не должны, в принципе, давать Overt какие-либо возможности открытия на сайт, точнее, открытия на них, и сами должны, как бы, с помощью дронов найти. Но Мьют в это же время будет как раз это все блокировать, поэтому выходы вот похожи на то, что сейчас, по-моему, это Диана пытается найти какой-то фраг с главной лестницы. Не сильно хорошая идея. 43 секунды. И сейчас, вот, кстати говоря, может быть большой момент. Бат, если она сейчас сможет найти открытие Новомая, Баки будет большой фраг, отличный заход. Будет открываться сейчас теперь еще на Волт. Видит еще одного человека, но пока что слишком много прикрытия, слишком много конкретной какой-то стены, и пока что не может найти этот угол. Заход, свинг, кловый находит еще фраг. Это второй, и вот он вин для F5.
Big round. Forsaken 5 taking charge there indeed. Well, they keep things extended 5-3 once again. Back out in front by 2. Basement lockers and CCTV on the cards. That one there was just for you, Nuttery. And look, who knows? Going into next year, maybe, just maybe, we'll get a full round between the both of us in Russia.
Hopefully, eventually. Soon TM.
More than just Granata Bushla.
Look, I mean, that's already a start. As long as there's grammar, the pronunciation will come later.
Oi, oi, oi. That's all I've got so far.
Good enough for a start.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Apparently Serenity goes, she's in Discord, he said boob. Wait, where did we say?
Unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, nah. Oh well. Didn't want my career anyways.
Just honestly. If this map goes to OT, we might just make 4 o'clock in the morning here, which sucks for you because you got work.
Look, I've had worse. This is just fine. This is just fine. Trust me, Blue. We'll be perfectly fine after. You get a bit of a rest before the APAC North. I get just a teeny tiny bit rest before a 7-hour shift.
Attackers have discovered
The cycle goes on.
We have made do with less.
Defuse a bomb.
Yeah.
We'll do it again. Bet, absolute bet. Right now, it looks like a full send down through the dual entry tunnel, and this might be another rush play. A cheeky rush onto site here. There's no one watching. There's no one covering. The drone's in. They don't have any sort of clue or idea.
Bucky's just spinning.
They could just go in and they could get. They have no idea. They found Butt, but they're on the site already. Repel pushing through. Looking to cover the cross. Can they find it? Diana's on the plant. No one knows. Diana's on the plant. Barky's just been shot in the back. What are Overt doing? What an absolute throw of a round. They have no one. Psycho is on the echo specifically to stop this from happening. Forsaken 5 have punched on. They've got the plant. It's too late for the Yokais now, Psycho. You got to find some frags. 2 more go the way of Forsaken 5. This is going to be match series point. Forsaken 5, Psycho just watching. Kotari just watching. Psycho dead. Kotari wondering what the hell just happened. No one, absolutely no one was watching CCTV. Forsaken 5 capitalize on it in a massive way. You have to win the 1v4 with 11 seconds to play and a nano boost there available as well. This was never going to go the way of Overt. Forsaken 5 take map point.
Oh, that's one way to do it. Some bug is unfortunately there for Overt, so we are going to be getting to a bit of a pause. But look, yeah, that's one way for F5 to push this in their favor and, break the ice. And honestly, this is looking promising. This is looking promising for F5. They only just 1 point away from wrapping up the whole series, pushing themselves first of all into the grand final, and from there on, look, just a whole lot of things could really be happening for Overt. Really, this is just rather unfortunate because it is overall just not the best turnout. They've been a bit struggling with finding their own pace, with their own momentum, and with F5, their ability to keep up at that pressure, keep up at that momentum, and then all of a sudden just like this switch the gears into just full-on sport mode. That's admirable. It takes quite a fair bit of time and prep to be able to quite fluently do this from round to round.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand it's a bit late, but no one was watching the side. No one was watching servers. No one was paying attention to what was going on. And Forsaken 5 identified it. Like, they could not have been gifted a freer opportunity, and they absolutely punched through. I mean, did no one hear audio cues? Look, I'm not flaming them for what happened. It was just an unfortunate event that, I mean, was capitalized on spectacularly by Forsaken 5, but there should have been something. There should have been something that gave away that there was a heavy pressure coming from servers. The plant was going down within the first minute.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of a peculiar turnout, quite rather unfortunate for
Defused by attackers.
for Overt. But look, regardless of the outcome, we are now all fixed up for Overt. Look, it's just maybe it's just they didn't expect that to happen. They were thinking that at least they would get some sort of a indication with the fact that, well, I believe it was either Beans. Yeah, I think it was Beans who was on the at the forefront of that push, who then later on pushed into the garage. She was the one who had this soundbar, so she didn't have any
Psycho
kind of indication.
was involved. I think it was Barky who was pushing down Garage Ramp. So she got shot in the back by Rappel, who had already pushed through site. I can't remember quite where the other players were, but I mean, I don't know. It was absolutely dismantled in a matter of moments.
Far too many things been just happening, really. And but look, honestly, just F5, they starting to feel they getting closer and closer to their dream. They getting closer and closer to the dream of finally going to rest after this matchup. I know for a fact I'm certainly starting to feel it, but look, for Overt, they could really bring this back. They were able to bring an absolute streak of rounds, so wouldn't put it past them that they could do it again.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Butts
Oh, no.
for two! It's happening again, Cthulhu. It's happening again. They're in the site. Butt does get dropped by Kotari, but I mean, you've already taken down two key players in this defense. I think that fatigue is definitely getting to Overt in this situation. They are completely being outplayed, and I think Forsaken 5, they can feel it. They can absolutely feel it in their blood right now that they are just about to push it over the precipice and take that spot in the grand finals alongside the Warriors. Two quick frags, one traded back, and a third almost found Beans in big trouble. Sprayed heavily down, unfortunately being the PDW. It's not quite as effective, or damage-inducing. Or that could be unfortunate. We've seen Fish Noodle go. Chloe might just be about to drop. There was a bit of lag, and yeah, Chloe's out. Now into a 2 versus 3. Unfortunate situation. Somehow playing back into Overt's favor.
Yeah, look, Overt right now will be thanking all the gods and all of the entities really for throwing them possibly a life-saving bone. For F5, though, this could serve as a big break on their momentum, which they rather not have happen. Rappel hanging out where could be the players, scouting out the position. Solid drone work at the moment. Not a whole lot of spotting from that drone, or rather on that drone. Sparky fully acknowledges finally the drone's presence, but the information has been gathered. Two players still separated from each other, and right now both of them need to be playing in tandem with each other rather than all going for solos. And instead, well, it seems like they're opting into a completely polar opposite decision, and that is to try to make a play from the window whilst also making a play through the hallway. And right now, Diana could have been taken out rather quickly.
Honestly, I think it may even be a case Diana is baiting. She is the bait, the attention drawer here, and Rappel is going to be the one to make the big play off it. Asphyxiating bolt tucked into the corner. Rappel going to keep pushing on through. Hit the final 15 seconds. Something's got to give. Player spotted in Janet. It's Barky. No shots connecting once again. Rappel's going to have to force her way in and find the kills. Spray from the corner. It's all lining up. Unfortunately, not for Forsaken 5. Diana in following. Can't close it out. And a round that started so spectacularly comes apart off a player disconnect. And Overt capitalize.
Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Rather unfortunate.
Well, she's back.
Overt.
Luckily enough,
yeah.
that's fine.
We're back for F5s as well. First it was Overt, now it's F5. Just technical difficulties galore by the conclusion of it all. Maybe it's the tech starting to get tired as well. We'll certainly need to still keep on running, keep on chugging. For F5, look, they're in a bit of a dangerous position where they could possibly fall into that mentality where they would, start thinking, we just need only one more round. That's it. That we just need to. Okay, thank you, Chloe. That F5 could,
I don't think
they
Thomas
just need only
Clancy
one
is
more.
saying anything, given that he
the current state of the person
is deceased. So, look, maybe
Yeah.
they're conducting a seance and they're having a bit of a cheeky chat with him. But for right now, I don't think he is.
Yeah, look,
10 seconds left.
F5 could really pull this
5 seconds remaining.
in as much as possible. Overt has the potential now to emphasize of this hiccup that happened from F5 to bring their own comeback. They've already done this back on Chalet. Now on Bank, they could certainly bring this back. They have that ability, they have the capability so far, but again, the question of fatigue could certainly be coming in for both sides, so wouldn't put it past that this could happen yet again. Plenty of information gathering utility, though, has been already deployed, so for Overt, they could have just about plentiful amount of information as to where the push could be commencing from, and they could remobilize all their utility towards those positions.
I mean, speaking of Tom Clancy, he passed away 2 years before the game Siege came out. I wonder what he'd reckon, seeing, Siege Esports. I mean, obviously pre-COVID, before, when we had the LAN tournaments and people were there in the stadium, I wonder what he would have thought of it. But right now, that doesn't matter. What matters is getting over the finish line, closing out a map, whether it's in Overt's favor or Forsaken 5's, all we know is Forsaken 5 are just that much closer. 2 rounds separate the two teams. One of those rounds could secure victory for Forsaken 5. But, again, heating up with some massive kills. We've seen that absolute smash and grab style of Siege do absolute wonders for the team. Unfortunately, that last round with Chloe disconnecting, losing the player advantage, and, frankly, trying to scrape together some semblance of a round at the end. It just wasn't possible with the players and coverage that Overt have. Now here, obviously, round number 11. Forsaken 5 still have 2 rounds to work with before we head to OT.
Vishnu has a phenomenal chance here to find an opener for herself, but nearly dies on those peaks. Instead, it's an opener by Bot as well. Once again, Beans is out of the equation. Now this is a huge opportunity for Vishnu to push in, and so she does. That is a phenomenal play right now.
Unfortunately, Baki caught on cam. Psycho goes for a swing of her own, finds Diana back, but doesn't realize that there might be another player there. Swing in. It's going to be one more for Fish Noodle. In fact, Ravenna tries to counter, but unfortunately cannot. 53, taking 10 seconds away from them. But it's Cortari and Ravenna, and it's 2 versus 4. Hopefully, no issues arise tech-wise. We can carry this on, and we won't have to worry about any unnatural cause to the end of this round. 40 seconds now. Fish Noodle playing drones, looking for that info. They don't want to give up any sort of advantage. Chloe jiggling around Cortari, over by the printer. Ravenna in cafeteria as well. So the lines are drawn, but on the drone spots Ravenna, so they know where at least this Jaeger is. They are looking for more. They have that confirmation. Ravenna does shut down Fish and Noodle. It's not going to be that hard, given that she was low enough to begin with. The drones still feeding that info through. Once again, unfortunately, Forsaken 5 are back into a corner. Chloe slamming Cortari out of the equation. Ravenna looking to swing aggressively. Can't do it. Chloe guns her down from behind. And it will be Forsaken 5 moving into the grand finals to meet the Warriors, looking for revenge, given that it was the only team able to defeat them in the round robin.
Jeez. Well, there we go. F5 do manage to wrap it up. And, in saying that, for Overt, they're not fully out of the playoffs just yet. They still get to battle for the 3rd place. But unfortunately for them, their dream for the grand final ends here. And, congratulations to F5.
Yeah, they back-to-back 7-5s, trading each other's maps and then being able to bring it back and close it out 7-4. Big stuff for Forsaken 5. They looked very good closing it out, and I think it was just they had more in the tank coming into our decided map. They were able to outlast And I mean, yeah, it got shaky towards the middle. Both teams had shaky moments throughout that last match, and 100% that comes down to fatigue. I know exactly how they're feeling. I'm tired right now. Cthulhu, I know you're tired right now. In fact, most of the people watching, if they are smart, are probably tired right now because they've been awake for a long time. So those mistakes, unfortunately, are guaranteed to happen. But it was Forsaken Five's ability to capitalize heavier on Overt's mistakes and being able to reduce as many as possible of their own that allowed them to pick up the win there.
Oh yeah. Well, a lot of things happened. Yeah, you could see in the final few rounds, it's just the tiredness, the sleepiness was settling in. A few positions were missed out, and just look, rather unfortunate for all of the losses that did occur. But look, it is what it is. Endurance is the name of the game, and F5 just came out a little bit. Well, not a little bit, by a fair point, better on top of Overt. Rather unfortunate for Overt, though, is just it's at the end of the day, as much as they wanted to do it, as much of the effort has been put in, just unfortunately just couldn't acquire the bag by the end of it. But look, I still gotta say, Bank has been genuinely a fun time. It was still really well executed, and Overt still managed to show them that they can be quite easily contesting for that top 3, top 2 in the next season should they come back.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, every team that made playoffs looking very good. There are teams outside of playoffs that look very good this season, and it's a skill and a capability that should be developed and transition into what could be the next stage of their experience going into next year. So it only makes for more exciting prospects later on down the line. We are going to be having a chat with, I believe, Overt first. Alex is just in there sorting things out, so we can have a chat to, I believe, Qatari and Ravenna are going to be the ones to join us to have a bit of a chat and break down their experience through the Women's League this season and how things are going for Overt. But, I mean, on the whole, a full 3-mapper, almost full regulation rounds across the board.
Yeah, look, it was certainly just down to the last final moments matchup. This definitely was just an entertaining match to watch. Both teams clashed on a very nearly same even ground, and honestly, just well done with all the improvements, all things considered. Yeah, look, even for Overt, quite a lot of people from that roster have seen just one of the more freshest introductions to Women's League as well, and seeing them perform to this level, look, that's admirable. Playing against some of the bigger veterans of the scene certainly checks out really, really well.
And we do have the map breakdown ready to go. It'll be jumping up on our screens in just a moment. We can have a look at the numbers, and there you go. 14-6 for Buddha. Chloe, 11-6, despite that disconnect as well. I mean, I think they just wanted to get it done.
Sure did. Yeah, look. 7.4, 7-pointer, rather, for F5. Certainly looks quite solid, quite well done, but coming out on top with quite a plethora of frags at the close to the conclusion of the map, being able to make those very audacious entries directly borderline on site, certainly allowed her to just keep on ramping up that momentum for her team and for herself quite steadily. Chloe as well showing quite huge. Fish Noodle as well. There was some big impact frags. Unfortunately for Repel, things been a little bit quieter, but again, she was still being able to dedicate at least the utility in the rounds where she did unfortunately go down too early, and she was still being a very valuable member of the team. On the side of Overt, though, look, just a series of unfortunate events. Can't really describe it anywhere else because they were outskilled on a few occasions, but it was again caught off guard, off the back of some rushes, off the back of some more rather unpredictable plays, or just positions which you would somewhat rarely check. And so, at the end of the day, it's just look. Just the cards didn't, or the domino pieces didn't really fall their way.
I mean, Buddha really just stepped up throughout the whole series, not just in Bank, of course. So he really ramped up on Chalet. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to pick up the win. Even on Cafe, she was, slowly heading up towards the end of the map. I mean, it's why she's one of the standout players in this competition. Now, the real test, of course, is whether or not they can go toe-to-toe with the Warriors in that grand finals. And honestly, I mean, it's going to be an interesting day to see how that plays out. And obviously, then going to the third, fourth match, Grumpy Grapes versus Ovette, another match which could have some potentially interesting results in closing out that third, fourth match. But I mean, honestly, just the resilience is the most respectable part of this entire commitment. That Forsaken 5, they win their opponent's map 7-5. They then go down 7-5 on their own map. They come to bank. And round one looks solid. Round two, they answer back. Then you're wondering what the heck's going on. 3 more rounds, and then they drop the half. They lose the first round of the second half. And then, again, it's that question. Things are looking a bit shaky here. It could slip out of control. And then they just systematically close out the map and just assure themselves that grand final spot.
Yeah, look. Curious how will F5 be able to perform, because I partially feel like it is going to very much depend as well on the map picks. If, say, something across the lines of a Chalet could pop over for F5, this could be rather dangerous. But say if we go back to Cafe, if we go back to Bank, could certainly see F5 back into a bit more of a comfort ground where they could just absolutely send it. Whereas for Warriors, look, I think it's still going to feel like playing against rather Warriors. It'll be like a boss fight.
Yeah, look, it is going to be the shortest test and the biggest test for all. And we do have confirmation that the girls are in the chat, in the call. They're going to be ready to go in just a moment when they join us for that interview. And I mean, look, as much as it said, it was late. It's a very late match to be playing on any given day. You can understand, fatigue, being tired coming into the matchup, and all the girls still stepping up, carrying on playing. And not just that, but playing almost 36 rounds of Siege come the end of the series look, I don't blame you. Let's go. It's lean back time. Time to commit sleep. Time to commit nap. We're still just waiting on them to get in so we can have a bit of a chat with them. But, I mean, look, 36 rounds, 35 technically.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, 35. Yeah, 35 rounds all up is nothing to sneeze at.
Oh yeah, not at all. Yeah, this was still a huge marathon run for both of the teams, and they managed to show us such a solid performance that all throughout all 3 maps, not a single time did we see the ball dropped, and genuinely, it's been kind of a nail biter from the get go. So no, I genuinely, I have to say, despite being tired as all hell, despite it probably gonna be 4 a.m. by the time that we completely wrap up the whole stream, I still gotta say that this has been a very enjoyable night of casting Women's League Siege, and shout out to both teams for showing us some just absolutely solid performances overall.
Yeah, I mean, look, it just makes you more excited for going into next year, of course, and going into wherever the next season of Women's League lands. Obviously, 2022, that's a problem for them. We've still got a few weeks to enjoy here in 2021. And obviously that grand final, honestly, I'm expecting a pretty solid heater of a series as well. Maybe even a bit of an upset coming in for Forsaken 5, who will have a bit of time to prep going into that one. But it's really anyone's guess. We do have confirmation. They're in the Discord with us. Are they ready to go on the call, Alex? All right, let's go. Here they come, joining us through a bit of a chat, coming in for the interview in the post-match, Cortari and Ravenna. Ladies, an unfortunate loss at the end, but you guys put on a hell of a show.
Yes, we try.
There's nothing that
at the time that is.
Look,
well, yeah, go ahead, bro.
Look, we're tired. We know. We'll keep this.
I can see people are going.
It's 20 to 4 in the morning here in New Zealand, so we'll keep it short and sweet. Look, you lose your own map pick. You then go into their map pick and take it from them. What were the thoughts coming into Bank?
Just monkey it.
Yeah, we were just trying to have fun at that point.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah, we haven't practiced Bank too much. We weren't too worried, but sometimes you just lose ones that you can't win. We definitely tried. If we'd done something different, we might have won, but overall, Berber's a really good team. I'd rather not lose to anyone else there.
Actually, run us by Chalet, because obviously it was, even from the round count standpoint, it was quite a odd one, given that we started off with you girls getting the 3-point streak. After that, it's F5 that kind of nearly pulled a comeback, and then you bring it back with another like 4-round streak. At which point was that kind of the turnaround point where you girls kind of found that, I guess, the mental fortitude to return back?
I was just think outside the box, approach from different angles. Like they were expecting us to funnel through solos, so we changed up a bit.
Cortari was the one who
yeah.
suggested that we do that, and it worked. Luckily for us.
Now,
Cortari.
honestly, some of the stuff that Cortari pulls off is just mind-blowing. And as a caster, it makes for some great content. Speaking of great content that Cortari gave us today, there was a particular moment that we got to experience on Cafe where there was something involving your own teammate and them just getting absolutely... What lengths won't you go to for a kill?
Look, she was supposed to be planting. Someone gave the call to move, and then she was like,
Bet.
right as soon as I saw her,
I just liked it.
in
I
mining,
liked it.
she was like, and I was like, you know what? I'll just play in the corner. You know what? I got no hope. I got to play it.
We'll just make it work. All right. Well, look, we won't keep you too much longer. It's late. It's late across the board, across the region. Before we let you head off though. Is there anyone you guys would like to shout out?
Too many people. We'd be here too long. But
We've
shout
been
out
here
over
long enough.
Casters, XP. Like to shout out to the 5 girls, lovely ladies. Our team, of course. Our subs. Rev. Did I miss anyone? So tired.
Probably Daddy Kaza, as well.
Dedicaza, face cream for our prep talk. Nate for our prep talk.
Arnie for helping us out. Yeah, there's not much else.
Kaza.
Understandable.
But look,
Careful, you don't mess with Kaza.
you guys put on a hell of a match. We'll get to see you again, obviously, in that third, fourth place matchup against the Grumpy Grapes. So best of luck for that one. We'll let you head off. We'll see you going into that third, fourth place match because they absolutely stunning stuff. So big congratulations for them to cracking that top 4, maybe even a top 3 position. So we'll have to wait to see that one out. And we will be joined in just a moment for another call. Obviously, it's going to be the Forsaken 5 coming in to join us and having a bit of a chat. I believe the name that I saw was Fish Noodle to come in and talk as well. So it'd be good to get her perspective. She hit some big shots today. They definitely proved themselves in this competition. And look, I'm not saying that we might see a couple of names being replaced on that overt roster in the coming weeks, but I'm sure I could talk to the right people and make it happen. But no, all jokes aside, big stuff, both teams. I'm excited to see what Fish Noodle has to say about this whole thing, though.
Yeah, definitely keen to hear some of the insights to come about from the F5 representative. So quite keen to see what could be done. But look, honestly, I've been excited to just get to watch this whole matchup. It's definitely been an interesting one, and look, just GG, well played. Bank has been definitely a bit of a wild ride, I'll definitely have to say. From us getting to witness, I saw the momentum start by F5 to Russian cast to all of it all.
I mean, also some of those rush plays we saw for sake.
Oh yeah.
Oh, excuse me. It's late. My body is just saying go to bed. But I mean, the rush on reading on Cafe, the full send, the plant. We saw the same thing come through on that basement site, and I mean, it takes a special kind of something for a team to make that call and pull it off. We've seen a number of times. You'll get ranked stacks that'll go for the rush play, and then everyone just dies because there happened to be one dude watching the door and he got the perfect lineup of 5 headshots. But we saw it not once, not twice, but 3 times. Forsaken 5 in this best of 3 series, and they made it work every time.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, F5 definitely did a solid job overall. Definitely managed to adapt quite well. Shout out to Wazoo as well for, obviously, it definitely looked like he put in quite some time to prepare the girls for this, what feels like a gauntlet run, honestly. And, well, the prep is not yet all done. And obviously, there's now a it's now time for F5 to cast their side over to the grand finals, which is going to be probably the biggest real test for themselves, how things will really work out. And honestly, like if they just genuinely just fix up a few things on communication, on coordination, I definitely think they could be the team that would have the possibility of dethroning Warriors from their flawless streak.
I mean, to be fair, we have had a number of interesting seasons where the second seed has managed to take the win over the team that, I mean, we saw that a couple of times with the first seed is unfortunately not quite been able to close out the season strongly the way they want to do. And I wouldn't say upset wins, but wins that unfortunately, it was the underdog more than anything. Not necessarily an upset, but the team that was least favoured. And again, that's not quite doing it justice to what I mean in the situation. So, I mean, maybe we do get the Forsaken Bova miracle run and the upset over Warriors.
Yeah, possibly. Still, Warriors though will be watching all of this quite keenly and hoping to see what kind of funky stuff could they do. But I believe we do have the F5 representatives now finally in the call. So let's get our interview underway though.
I was told it was just Fish Noodle, but it looks like we have an extra guest joining us as well. Not just Fish Noodle, but it looks like we have Mandy as well. Rappel coming in for a chat. Girls, congratulations. A hard-fought victory for you. You're making it to the grand finals. How does it feel after that marathon run to pick up the victory?
You go for it, Danny.
It's incredible. I mean, we trained for this. We fought for this, and we're here. We're so glad. Very happy to be here. Yes.
Yeah, it's been a long day for me, so happy to wrap it up.
Oh, yeah. No, it has been a long day. I think I'm about to crack 20 hours a week in a row. And
that sounds like the Blue Panda I know.
Look, we're going back to the OG grind. But look, you guys, you take their map pick, you lose your own map pick, you come to back. You guys had some stunner moments across the entire series, and you were hitting some insane shots. How much prep has gone into this matchup?
You go for it, Danny?
Yeah, I'll be honest. We didn't practice a lot this week. We had planned to, but with our work schedules, it just didn't allow for it. So we sort of pulled some things up our sleeve, some even at random. So yeah, we're grateful that they worked, in fact, yeah.
Yeah. We're pretty lucky that we have Dinah, who's just like this incredible IGL, just like super adaptable. Every round she's like, oh, they're doing this? Let's do this. Let's figure it out slowly. Yeah, very lucky.
Nice. Run us through Chalet as to what was happening, because it's been a bit of an odd one, given that you girls were able to run away quite well with the cafe. Chalet, which looked like, well, obviously was your map pick, kind of started off in a weird way. Then you girls took the 5-pointer, and then by the conclusion, it kind of went down into a 4-round streak for Overt. What was kind of happening in the F5 camp during or closer to the conclusion of it all? Was it just fatigue starting to settle in, or was it something different?
I think Chalet is something we haven't practiced in a pretty long time. The last time we played Chalet was the final official that we did. And even then, it was, I guess, that played out very, very differently to today. I think what we realized was we were just basically feeding Overt the entry pick, the start of everything. In between Chalet and Bank, we basically said, all right, we need chill, we need to play together. Stop giving them the entry pick. Just relax, basically. We're just being super passive, running into angles that we weren't meant to. And just, yeah. Katari went pretty crazy on the entries there, so yeah, good on her.
So basically, don't pull what happened in the first round of Chalet with, what was it? Wamai of Bucky swinging for the triple?
Checking the left on the entry into the bomb site and not letting Bucky swing and kill 4 people. Yeah,
yeah, pretty much.
Now, look, throughout the entire series, we saw not just one, but a handful of very spectacular rush rounds. What goes into, you girls as a team making the call to not only go for that play, but execute it the way that you do?
A lot of that is Diana, to be honest. She's pretty incredible on the IGLing. She always says, let's have a look at this. Can we get drones in the site? What does it look like? And I don't know what magic she does on the Hibana, but it always ends up being that Danny and I have the freest range, just pathway into the site. Buddha's off doing some magic somewhere else, like distracting them. It's just playing cutoff or whatever. It's mostly pre-round droning, so that basically just predetermines whether stuff is on the site, stuff isn't on the site. Yep, and Dyna makes the call.
Well, I mean, look, it does help when you've got the best observer in the region as well, providing info and having all that pro league knowledge and all the rest of it. But no, I meant the one that we're talking to now, Nuttery. Yeah. But look, congratulations. You put yourselves that spot in the grand finals. It's late. We know we won't keep you too much longer. But before we let you head off, is there anyone you would like to shout out?
You start, Danny.
Wazoo, our coach, we're very unfortunate to not have him behind us like we did in the LAN game in Sydney, fist bumping us. That was a very amazing hype that unfortunately we don't have. But my team leaders, Mandy, Diana, and also Buddha, they're all fantastic. And yeah.
I think for me, we just want to say thanks. I don't know if the Grumpy Grapes Ross is watching, but thanks to them. They've basically been our like warm-up scrim partner week in, week out, almost every play day. So just, yeah, thanks so much. You've really helped us out.
Thanks, Gigi.
And yeah, thank you so much, Gigi. And also for just me personally, I've had a lot of messages checking in, saying, you know, UK to play this match. It's been a long day for you. So the support's really overwhelming. Thanks so much to everyone that sent a message.
Well, I mean, look, the support, it's obviously well-deserved. You guys are cracked into the top two. Maybe even taking out the championship. We'll have to wait to see in the grand finals. But we'll let you head off. We'll let you get some rest. I know it's late. It's so late. Go get some sleep. We'll see you in that grand final, of course. Cthulhu, that does bring our semi-finals to an end. 2 matches remaining, one deciding first and second, the other deciding third and fourth. Warriors versus Forsaken Boba. Grumpy Grapes versus Overt. They're going to be some absolutely stunning matches. Do we get the miracle run for Forsaken Boba? Do they take the crown? What do you reckon?
Look, honestly, I wouldn't put it past that Forsaken Boba could really take the dub here at the grand finals. Obviously, it's going to be quite a tall order. Obviously, it's going to be still quite difficult, and in no shape or form should they take this pretty much as a given that they will win now the grand finals. But I would be quite keen to see that happen, and I would be quite interested to see how will that be really performed, because on the side of Warriors, you have that borderline, like, cold-blooded, almost like killer instinct with the way how they've been performing and with the way how they've been playing. On the side of F5, they have that adaptability, they have that flexibility in their plays and in their strats, and being able to decide on the go what kind of approach do they need to go, like Repel just alluded to. This is something that they could very much flex in their matchup against Warriors, and this is something that could be used as that kind of almost a hidden weapon. So it's borderline almost going to come to a team that is really well organized, who have their kind of set ways, against a team that has the ability to keep on adapting round in and round out.
Yeah, I mean, look, it just sets us up for a great couple of matches to close out the season, of course. And, well, we do have our final bracket going into those last 2 major matches, I have to say, though. Deciding
major
first,
matches,
second, third, and fourth. Those will be coming up at a later date, so make sure you follow the socials to figure out when that is all going down. And that does bring us to the end of our semifinals. That does bring us to the end of our broadcast tonight as well, Cthulhu. And I mean, look, there's been some interesting stuff. There's been rushes, there's been disconnects, there's been team kills, there's been a couple of Russian rounds. What more could you ask for?
Oh, we got the whole spectrum, honestly, here at the Women's League broadcast, and honestly couldn't have it any other way.
Well, there you have it. It's done. It's dusted. 2 matches remaining here in Season 6. One will crown the champions. The other will decide who takes the bronze medal. And, of course, that'll be coming at a later date. Massive thank you to our sponsors once again, Ubisoft, ZQ Racing, Computer Alliance, Intel, ROG, and Cooler Master, and, of course, XP Esports as well. But us now at the end of this broadcast at 4 minutes to 4 in New Zealand. We are done. We are dusted. I'm going to bed. See you later.
Powered by AMD 3rd Gen Ryzen processors, the ROG Strix B550F gaming Wi-Fi provides first-class gaming features and style. The B550F Wi-Fi features a robust 12+2 DRMOS-teamed Power Stage VRM design with high-quality alloy chokes and durable capacitors to provide reliable power for the latest high core count AMD CPUs. Fanless VRM and chipset heatsinks with our StatCool 3+ design keep your system running reliably under heavy load by enhancing passive cooling capacity for critical onboard components. For the best gaming connectivity, you get Wi-Fi 6, Bluetooth 5.1, and 2.5 gigabit LAN with Asus LAN Guard. You also get dual M.2 NVMe SSD slots, one with PCIe 4.0x4 connectivity, plus a USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type-C port and Thunderbolt 3 header. Our pre-mounted I/O shield makes installation a breeze, and with USB BIOS flashback technology, your system's firmware can be updated for next-gen CPUs using nothing more than a PSU and a USB flash drive. A pristine Supreme FX S1220A codec with DTS Sound Unbound and Sonic Studio 3 draws you deeper into the action. Communicate clearly with Asus AI noise-canceling mic technology. Asus exclusive Aura Sync RGB lighting, including 2 RGB headers plus 1 Gen 2 addressable RGB header, let you make your PC's lighting uniquely yours. ROG Strix motherboards undergo an extensive certification program to ensure the very best compatibility with the widest range of components and devices. For a smooth build process, refer to our list of guaranteed compatible components. Ascend to next gen with the ROG Strix B550F gaming Wi-Fi.
space, time. Can you feel me?